What's up, gamers? How you doing? I'm not gonna lie, chat. I am a little drunk tonight. My roomie has got me. We all kind of got some alcohol. I don't want to say too much this stream, but some good things are on the rise. I'm trying to plan everything out. I'm a little drunk. I do want to preface I'm a little drunk tonight, but I wanted to stick to the schedule of everything. As much as I love Bridget's OG theme, I'm gonna keep it playing for now, but I'm gonna shuffle it. Some good things are on the rise, chat. I am like kind of on cloud 9 right now, I think. If I'm being entirely honest, I don't want to say too much until next stream. But I'm feeling good today, chat. Octopus Woman of the Hugger. Hello, Jake. Hello, everyone. I'm hoping we can reach the Bridget outfit goal. I want to make that so much. I mean, I'll just say it's kind of intentional that I started off today's stream with just a loop of Bridget's OG theme. At some point I will stream Guilty Gear. I will stream gameplay of me playing Guilty Gear. If not online, at the very least, just doing something playing Guilty Gear. But I don't want to. I probably already said it a few times. I don't want to say too much, chat. Right now, tonight, I do want to do tonight's stream, which is, you know, I want to get more work done on the head, on the topology. But I am a little drunk, and I am good. I would like to thank everyone who has contributed to the Bridget outfit goal. Ow! Oh shit! I might not have fixed the I gotta fix the audio. So okay. I'm so sorry, chat. I am so drunk today. Oh my god. Hold on. I just want to be sure that if the redeem goes through, it works tonight. So let me at least make sure this works. I just want to be certain. Where's the cat redeem? Someone threw a bunch of cats at me. I think cats are cool. Never mind. I'm just gonna do a thing. No, wait, that doesn't have an audio cue. So, yeah, that's thank you, somebody. Did it go through? It did. Cool, we're good to go. Thank you, Reeps, for the cat meow. The cat Reeps, you are certainly the cat's meow, so to speak. That's a saying, apparently, I believe. I got some good news, y'all. I don't wanna. I wanna wait until it's like finalized, because I want to be certain of everything. But oh my gosh, I got some really good news. I'm a day of celebration. It's a day of today's Tuesday, right? I think today is Tuesday. Wow. Does anyone ever think sometimes, how crazy is it that people make an entire week of 7 days? They must sound so drunk right now. It is a day of celebration. I do want to make that part clear. I want to keep getting work done on the model. I did not expect to wake up like this, if I'm being entirely honest. Today was kind of a weird day, if I'm being honest, chat. It was kind of a weird day to wake up to. But I'm just at the point where I want to keep doing this now, so what to do, like, get straight into it, I guess. You know, the building dialogue. It's not that significant. I would be like like, if it was at that point, I would be like straight up with y'all. I'm like, hey, y'all want to be set for life? Take my hand, chat. I will set us free. No, it's not that. Oh my god, I wish. I wish. It's not that significant, I don't think. Maybe. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'm really drunk tonight. But, I still wanted to get tonight's stream, like, filled. So here I am. I may be drunk, but I am consistent. Honestly, I was feeling so good last night, when I was working on this. And I wanted to continue the work on the model. So I'm here. Maybe a little tipsy. Maybe a little over-celebratory. I don't know, but it's something good. It's like good news in my life that I would like to share with y'all. At the same time, I try to be very, I guess, like, I consider the presentation, I suppose, you could say, as, like, kind of an integral part of, everything that I do. I'm a VTuber, I suppose it makes sense. So, the Bridget outfit goal, I want to preface, chat, before I get too into this tonight, because I am really drunk, I don't want to lie. I still want to get some, like, topology work done, and if I am, like, at a point where I'm, like, too much, like, it's too much, please someone let me know. I'm the type who's very, like, I may be drunk, but I am consistent. So, once I realized it's that time of night, it's that time of day, I woke up pretty late. I do have good news. I want to make an official announcement about it first. Like properly. But for now, I just want to get the topology work done on this model. I may sound like a complete fucking nerd at the moment, but like, I take my work very seriously. I take anything I'm doing at any given point very seriously. I like to be a person who takes what I do seriously, I think. When it comes to, like, getting stuff done and, like, being consistent, I think we need more the value of that on that as a society. I do. I really do. So that's part of why I started doing what I'm doing now, I guess, I think, really. This song brings back memories. Alright, I should probably actually reach out. I would contribute the rest needed, and I still need to do that. It is capped at 2K per person per day. I am a Twitch streamer, chat. I need to build some kind of hype a little bit. It's a bit of an art form, if you will, I suppose. But I do want to say, I think this month, this return to streaming has kind of been exactly what I've been needing for a while. Making use Aayla wins a billion. Yeah, no, right? Sorry, I should keep up with everything. Nothing wrong celebrating. That's true. That's why I'm doing this, I think, because, like, even my, like, I'm a type of person who, like, my celebration is very, like, I want to still be sure that I'm doing what I set out myself to be doing. I kind of started, by the way, chat. I think I want to take a quick moment to just, as I came in today, seeing requests, is that also good? It's a headset nonetheless, so it's VR nonetheless, so enjoy it. VR is so fucking cool. It's literally the reason I'm drunk right now. I don't want to say literally the reason I'm drunk right now, but it's a contributing factor to the reason why I'm so, what's the word? I still have half a remaining drink here at the moment, but I'm gonna try and like, oh shit. Chat, hold on. I'll be right back. 1 second, chat. I swear to God, 1 second. Like, actually, 1 second. Hold on. Okay, chat, I'm so sorry. I'm back. I'm good. I forgot my coffee. I usually don't forget things very often. Life with my roomie has been very eventful. Yeah, I think. Both of us are kind of drunk right now. Both her and I are kind of drunk right now. And I don't want us over, you know, I don't know. What am I trying to say? The bits redeem, so the channel points redeem is the Bridget outfit, or 15,000 bits, whichever we get first. I figured I should make something to it to some degree that, like, you know, like everything's, it's whichever one we reach first, chat. Listen, I am very drunk tonight, but it's 5:30. It's 5:30 PM for me on my local time. That's when I start my stream. So that's when I start my stream. I am sort of, amazed, if I'm being honest, chat. I believe that someone, I forget exactly who specifically, but someone in here yesterday, if you remember, if you're here, let me know. Let's type in chat something, I don't know. You mentioned that, like, I'm one of the first streamers you saw with a proper schedule set up, and I'm just like, that was like something that was huge to me. I'm like, oh my gosh, what? Are you for real? So chat, because, okay, I do want to be on, I want to be very forthright. I am very drunk right now. I am very intoxicated right now. And I've always valued honesty. I've always valued integrity. That was, for valuing integrity, I was a part of the pony fandom chat. I remember when My Little Pony Friendship is Magic was like had its heyday. Back in like early 2010s. Oh my god, did I just open something accidentally? Wait, hold on. I should start the stream avatars. One of y'all forgot to... Someone forgot to... No, wait, that wasn't me. I forgot to start stream avatars. Chat. I think we're back. I think we're so back. I don't think I'm... I don't want to be like, you know, call me schizophrenic the way I'm the realest motherfucker in the room. I don't want to over-promise anything. I've never been a fan of over-promising anything in my life. But I think we're so back. And I think, not only y'all to thank for it, but just, like, Twitch as a whole to thank for it. Like, this whole venture, if you will, the modern state of the internet. I think the future of video... I'm so drunk. Okay, Venture parent and a secondary function on Reeves. I want to model a VR Quest headset. I think what I want to do... I'm not gonna lie, chat. I realize I am very drunk. I do realize that. It will probably improve over this course of this stream. That's a good... I did at least eat a bit of food before I started the stream tonight. I did at least do that. I want to preface. I want to make that clear. Thank you for the water. Thank you someone for the water. Thank you, Reeves. So I've been planning a lot for a long time, chat. I think, how do I do this? Fucking hell. God damn. This is weird. I did not expect to wake up to this morning. This is odd. It's hard to give, like, I was hoping by this point this morning. So I like to plan things in advance, chat. I like to be certain of things before I make, like, any kind of, like, public display of them. So it's kind of, I think, why this stream is a bit just, like, off for me as we listen to the Borderlands theme. I love Borderlands. Someday I want to stream through the Borderlands. Borderlands 2 is peak. Borderlands 3, I don't know what the fuck they Did y'all hear? Sorry. Excuse me, I am a little bit drunk. But did y'all hear, chat, by the way, today? The Marvel Rivals, they lost like 20 people. They laid off 20 people in the, like, American Marvel Rivals development team, chat. Is what happens. That's the news I woke up to today. And it's just me. If you follow my Blue Sky, I did repost something along those lines. I didn't make anything. I didn't make like a personal statement or something, but it's like, it's really shocking to me as someone who used to do contract work for Google, maintaining their, like, mission critical structure of, for instance, I can't say too much, chat, but, like, their mission critical structure. Be here March 19th. I'm allowed to say more on March 19th. I used to maintain that shit, and now realizing that the future, the general future of the world is headed in the direction that it is. It makes me realize there's a lot in this world that we owe to ourselves as people. I'm very drunk, chat. I want to remind you, once the alcohol goes in, the truth comes out. There's a lot in this world, as a society, that we as humans, I'm a VTuber, I'm an octopus girl on the internet. That's kind of part of my thing, but we as humans, there's a lot going on. I don't want to say too much. I can't say too much at the moment. There's a lot going on. What is up? Marvel Rivals laying people off. There was 20 people in the Marvel Rivals team that was working on Marvel Rivals that got laid off today, chat. Not today, maybe yesterday. It was more of a yesterday thing. But it's so weird to me. Why are we now living in a society that now seems to have this obsession around AI developed, like, content? And this expectation that it's, like, understands us. Why is that what we're societally, like, betting on? I don't want to say a lot. I legally can't until March 19th. But it's so strange to me, chat. It's so weird to me. I got really good news today. I want to be just like very like, I realize I'm drunk. I want to be very matter of fact with everyone who watches me right now. I got some very good news today. Something I genuinely don't expect at any point ever in my life. Full transparency. I'm like very like, I like young me. I'm hoping something good happens. Naive. Now me. I hope the next thing that's bad that happens is at least fucking hilarious and funny and has some humor to it. Kinda just how I learned over time to live my life. To like approach the life I've been given. Approach the life I live among the world. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that that's the level of cynicism I've reached. I do. Really fills me with emotions. I'm autistic. Emotions can be really difficult for me to process sometimes. And because of that, sometimes I freak out a little bit. Sometimes I gotta delay my stream because I've tried to plan my life around, you know, how I'm best functional. And I was also born to a lot of people who just didn't seem to believe that this was an issue for me. It gets really frustrating, I think, over the course of my life, with that being considered. Guess you may have a few cans of happy juice. I'm very drunk right now. I hope I've made that abundantly clear. I have some good news, Chad. I think there's some good people in this world. The fact I can say that line is already a lot of character development. I think for me personally, as a human, I think that alone is a lot of character development for me. I do. It's been so like, I want to preface, the words of a drunk person is the honest truth. I would not be doing this right now if I didn't want to just speak for real to y'all right now. I woke up fully expecting something like a situation before me that I'm like looking at, so to speak, that I never would have expected. I don't want to make too big of a deal about it, but like the power of community to me has been a huge thing. I think has really helped me learn to trust the world before me again. You know, you're watching me on whatever screen you are right now. I've done so much trying to just understand how to, like, be a functional member of society. As a pair, you know, in the eyes of, like, the world around me. For the longest time, I never felt like that was, like, it never was apparent to me that that was even remotely possible. And now there's something kind of filling me with more of a sense of hope again. And it's really weird. It's like a feeling I haven't genuinely, I wouldn't say I've genuinely felt hopeful for the world around me. Probably, if we're being honest, for like over 2 decades now. If I'm being as like bluntly honest with you, chat, and trying to like understand and trust and like take faith in the world around me and the people in the world around me, which is like at the end of the day, I think the biggest thing we should all be grateful for. The people in our lives, chat. You all in my life, chat. Like, my trust issues throughout my life have been so bad. The idea that I, like, am, like, part of a society and part of the world around me that functions and, you know, is actively reflective of the world that like those of us that, you know, are comprised, those of us that comprise the world, those of us that make things happen in the world. For the longest time I've been just so disconnected from that, I think, on some kind of like emotional level. If you've been watching me for the past week or 2 or 3 or however long it's been now, by the way, I do try to make very teachable my streams as best as I can, and I started to work in like how to make, you know, segments that otherwise would close in to a point as a triangle last night. Like this, for instance. How to work around that in 3D. I want to teach the world how to work in, how to do 3D art, chat. I feel like I've reached a point in my life where, like, to some fundamental degree, something. It's impressive I can work while tipsy. Thank you. Something I've noticed, chat, throughout my life, as an artist, as a streamer, as someone who is as someone who's invariably very drunk right now. I've always been firmly of the mindset that anyone can pick up a pencil, put it to a piece of paper, and become an artist. That's like always been a dream of mine since my earliest memories. That's always been how I've fundamentally seen every single person on the planet. And I want to promote that more. I feel like there's more people in the world, like, okay. Throughout the longest period of time I can remember in my life, y'all. I have always wanted to not only be an artist, I do want to admit, you know, there's some level of, I guess, self-righteous, like, perspective in it, I guess. We're all our each best critic, but, like, I have always wanted to be an artist. I've always wanted to make smiles in the world the best way I know how. The best way I know how is by doing what I do. Putting my life's dedication, I guess, if you will, out into the world more. Twitch has been invariably very helpful with me doing that. This is like pretty much how I do my streams now, you know. I kind of reached a point of the way I've managed. Because I thank you so much for the Bridge Elf donation. The way I managed is by wanting to put my, like, I wanted to dedicate my time as a person, as an artist, as a creator, to what I feel like is best helpful to not only myself, but to just any potential artist. Remember I said, chat, I think anyone has a potential to be an artist. I think anyone has a potential to take a piece of, take a pencil, whatever it is, you know, maybe if you're not, like, whatever it is, a piece of charcoal, anything, to a canvas, a piece of paper, a 3D world in a GNU program like Blender, anything. We as people always have the potential to make really cool stuff, really cool art. That's what I want to promote my channel about. That's what I want to promote my content about. I am one person, so at the end of the day, I'm still gonna market my own things, of course. But that's what I always want to be, like, about and promoting. At the end of the day, as someone who's also, I want to remind y'all, chat, I've worked in training these AIs. I took that job in 2016. I had no idea what was in front of me at the time. I just thought I was finding, like, Google algorithm searches, which, like, you know, for those of you who I think are, you know, in my generation, you know, the concept of Googling something, the fact I can say, just Google it and you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying, what I'm asking. That's exactly what I thought, like, you know. We're living in a time now of all this automated tech. I'm a VTuber. I've been always fascinated by that. I want to be real with you. You know, my face is camera tracked. My hands are camera tracked ultimately. It's an IR camera for the hands, but it's camera tracked. But that's always what I want to stand for at the end of the day. I will go to my dying breath defending human artists, defending, you know, the idea that we need to be ourselves as people, confident in ourselves, but also just confident in our community. The robots are interesting. I don't want to mince words. They're interesting. They are mechanically intricate from a algorithmically developing, like, from a training the algorithms kind of perspective. They are objectively fascinating, but they're not necessarily human. Do you want to know something about any games like chat and Sunday next? Xenoblade's cool. I wanna use my Sunday streams because I know I have a lot of announcements, chat. I should probably mention. Maybe I should ping everyone real quick just to let everyone know. Maybe not. I don't know. I just been spitballing this whole time at this point. But I'm really hopeful for the future, chat. There's a lot going on, I think. Overarchingly. As someone who used to work in this industry, I think it's mechanically fascinating. I think it's also very potentially harmful. It's one of those things where I think the more of us that are open with the world around us, not only, but the people in our lives, how grateful we are for them. That we only ever have one another for so long on this planet. All those things are really important, chat. No AI, I think, couldn't replicate that at its current development in technology. I might be wrong. The development of this technology is accelerating so fast, so much faster than anyone in Congress or anyone in any capacity can even hope to try to regulate at this point, it seems like. It does scare me, if I'm being entirely honest. It does scare me a lot, as someone who's worked in that field. It scares me a lot for the future of humanity. I think we live in a time where, like, you know, I am a VTuber. Ultimately, everything that's powering me is my skills that I've been trying to show off and trying to make teachable in my content. My camera tracking and my just willpower. I keep waking up and making all this together, you know, chat. This is something I view as a full dedication at this point. And again, without saying too much, I might be sounding a bit insane because, like, I haven't said the part, I guess, but I do want to I want to extend my thanks to social media, I guess I could say, society, like community, Twitch, of, like, first and foremost, but just all of this. This is something I never really thought I would have reached a point of, chat. I woke up today being like, oh my god, I might have a genuine chance at this. 5 years ago, body tracking was a huge thing. The fact that it's more common is crazy. Like, the fact that, for instance, chat nowadays, and I think a lot more really nerdy people like me, I'm here talking to y'all tonight over the internet with whatever, you know, is like, I grew up on this. I want to make that clear. It's had so much of a period of time of development that now we're reaching a point where I feel like I want to inspire more people. There's this, like, I think, like, push when it comes to, like, branding, whatever, but, like, I really want to believe in what I've always believed in. People are unique. People are honestly really cool. It's taken me so long in my life to learn how to trust people. Even longer to get my Twitch streams up here, you know? And I want to inspire more people. Wait, let me just pause the music. I want to inspire more people to... I actively was trying to pause that. There we go. I want to inspire more people. The fact I'm up here like this, like, VR, virtual reality, is what kind of put my, I guess, sense of, like, what am I doing with my life into this perspective of, I should be teaching people. I should be putting what I best do out there. Going to college is hard, y'all. That shit's expensive. Ain't no one affording that anymore. Unless you're extremely lucky and have parents to put, like, front that bill for you, you know. Mine were. Mine were. I was really thinking I was gonna get a chance to go through college. Didn't happen. It's really, you count yourself lucky if you get a chance to, because like it's in America at least. I can only speak to an American's perspective. I've never set foot outside of this continental region for almost 30 years now. You're really lucky if you get a chance to go to college. Take that, use it for all it's worth. Absolutely. I didn't. I wanted to go to like some kind of like advanced school for something original. Honestly, deep down, if I'm being completely real with myself, chat, 3D art, 3D animation. That's why I do these streams. That's why I put my work out there. That's why I'm recording everyone, and I did read over my Twitch contract a bit more, and I'm gonna be kind of delaying posts on the VOD channel. Because I totally realized, oh shit, this is part of the contract, so I want to respect that. I do want to make that clear. But this is what I want to do with my life. I want to make art, yes, but I want to make people happy. I want to make something of my life before I die. I'm not terminally ill. I don't want to fearmonger or anything. To my knowledge, I'm not terminally ill or anything. Life in the US is really getting fucking terrifying for a lot of LGBT people. I'm only one person at the end of the day. I can only speak for myself. But I do want to make that clear. This is just reality for a lot of us now. So if I'm gonna end up hopelessly applying for jobs, for instance, for the rest of my life, I'd rather give back to the community I've built so far. You guys are like kind of my last, I guess, last ditch effort at this point. I want to build this further. I really do. I've been the type of person for the longest time to like consider like I don't want to beg my fan base. I've never been about that. I just want to give value to them. So that's why I do what I do. We're only ever guaranteed the current day, chat. I feel like it's really important to like keep that in mind. At the end of the day, we're all only human, right? I'm looking at you. I'm talking to you. That way, maybe, right? Yes, camera. We're only ever human. I'm still a person. I haven't done a face reveal yet. I plan to. I do. I hope so. Don't feel safe to while I'm still in America. If I'm being entirely honest. But I do plan to. We're only ever people at the end of the day. And I think that's really important to keep in mind. So, if you're hearing this, I'm talking to you. As a VTuber. As a person. As a creator. As an artist. As someone who's always been fascinated by 3D. Never give up. Really, I mean it. Never give up on your dreams. There is gonna be so many people in your life who oppose you. Say it's cringe. Call you the R slur. My own personal experience. Lots of things. But you can never give up. You can't ever give up. Life and people and community, I think, find a way the fact that I'm here talking about this, chat, is kind of weird. If I'm being honest, kind of weird to me. Never thought I could reach this point of trusting people around me. Really never did. But I can. Because of you. Because of community. I'm sorry about my hand tracking tripping out, but because of people in my life, I feel like I can learn to trust again. Maybe I'm getting a little sappy right now. At the end of the day, you know, we're still not gonna have a soundtrack in the VOD. But a big part of why I do these streams, chat, is I think because of, you know, I never want to lose that. I never want people to think that, like, I'm just some spectacle or whatever. I'm still, at the end of the day, just a person. I'm still, at the end of the day, someone who just started off, scratching on what I thought were, you know, like, I didn't used to value my art. I still am having struggles valuing my art. And I want to make this clear right now. Value yourself. Truly. There's no reason why you shouldn't. There's no reason why you shouldn't. Who's gonna say bad about it? Value yourself, chat. Y'all. Artists, everyone. Value what you make. Cause you can do it. You can make it. I feel like there's a lot of content on YouTube, you know, nowadays. On the internet. Having grown up on the internet. Trying to, like, you know, remind people of what's important. Our humanity. Our creative potential. Our worlds, so to speak, if you will, you know. I think that's important. I think it's important to remind ourselves of that. I really do. I genuinely do. But what the news I woke up to today, chat, is just really nice to know that, like, I started streaming all of this. I started my streaming career, I guess you could say. Because I figured, having grown up on the internet, having grown up through all this, having experienced life the way I have, I've always wanted to use that for good. Whatever it may be. Whether it's like wisdom as a person, you know. I'm a small streamer. I try to take, you know, good care of that fact. I try to make intentional, like, responses to everyone's, like, you know, thoughts. I try to take everyone's, like, thoughts into my own. Like, how would I give myself my own, like if I was myself years ago, when I was hoping that, like, you know, I would even be able to just be talking to y'all right now, showing off my process, doing all this. I've always wanted someone to, like, relate to on that, learn from directly, I guess you could say. Makes sense. A lot of, like, the modern, like the school structure in America never really helped me with the the passion to learn, I guess, if you will. So that's something that I had to endure so long of. I figured if I can like put my work out there now, I'm still an artist. I still want to put my work out there from a, I guess, somewhat maybe narcissistic perspective, if I'm being entirely honest. I feel like every artist has some right in, like, you know, valuing ourselves. But if I can reach more people like me that struggled like me in that structure and like reinvigorate their sense of like passion to learn, not just about 3D, not just about, you know, that's my passion, not just but like in general, it's always left me with a sense of like, why am I doing what I'm doing? Why am I pursuing art? Why is this such a big thing emotionally, mentally, overall as a person to me? Why do I care so much about it? I've always seen it as very important to care about art because, having grown up the way I did, started to realize humanity's on its way to developing these like hyper complex artificial intelligences and stuff, right? Quote unquote. So I'm like trying to wrap my head around, I guess. I still try to fight for what's right. I still try to fight for like human artists. I will do that to my dying breath, absolutely. But if humanity's headed in this way, we're like wanting to automate, you know, the tough shit, whatever, you know, the menial labor. I can understand that. Part of my job description for a while, part of me detailing what I did for a job while I was doing contract work for Google. I was very forthright, or at least I started to get to a point where I feel like it was more of that case. I'm also autistic, so it's hard for me to tell sometimes. But I'm like, if humanity's headed in a direction where artificial intelligence is taking care of, you know, the menial labor and stuff like if we're headed in a direction where humanity is expected to coexist with artificial intelligence, shouldn't we still be the ones doing all the art and culture? Isn't that part of it? A direction where artificial intelligence is the one taking the jobs and being used as like a hand wave excuse, I guess, if you could say, as like, oh well, like the robot could do it better. We've lost the plot, chat, on some degree. I think society has lost the plot. Maybe not us. Maybe not y'all that I'm talking to right now. But like on a societal level, I think we've lost the plot. I do. We need to redirect it before it's at a point where this society just loses complete touch. I grew up in Modern Warfare 2 lobbies growing up, and it showed me, I think, just how disconnected from the rest of the world, the rest of our fellow people, a lot of people can get. It scares me. It really does. And that's why I want to use a lot of the rest, like as long as I'm still breathing, I want to keep using my life to advocate for what's important to not only me, but I think to fellow artists, to people as a whole. Keep all this in mind, chat. Tomorrow, I believe tomorrow, probably tomorrow, whenever it happens, I want to start fighting for what's right as a species more conclusively. I want to take my influence and like do something good with it, genuinely. I do. And being part of a team, I think, is part of that. Twitch is gonna throw some ads at y'all in a moment here. I'm gonna take a moment to like keep those quiet just so I can kind of like conclude this segment, I guess. But chat, the power of community is all I think we as people truly ever have at the end of the day. I want to use my platform to fight for that, to keep that in mind, to remind people of that. Especially the more I like progress into the future. Each day is a new day, chat. We as creatives owe it to the world around us to harness that, really, truly. However we might. And take pride in it. I'm not just saying that because I'm trans. I am very, you know, not just trans pride as in love is love, but like pride as in protect people from state-sanctioned violence. That's always been my mindset. But if even just like my life's work amounts to like reminding someone listening here in this moment that you're worth it and you gotta keep at whatever it is that you're best at. I think if we as people can unify in this mindset, I think we can go a long way as a society. Globally, by the way. I'm in America right now. I'm scared as shit right now. The situation going on here is fucking terrifying. I want to be fully honest about that. But globally, we as a people have to carry on. We must support one another. We must love one another. It's important. It's what I wanted to kind of make clear here with this segment. Twitch is gonna throw some ads at y'all in some moments. I've been kind of soapboxing this whole time. So let me throw the music back on. It's been one of those things that just over time I think has been building more and more my awareness of the world around me, of the people around me. And I want to thank you all for that. I do. I'm not great at, you know, I don't think personally being very open, very clear with people. I've never seen myself as particularly expedient at that. I've always been a lot better at piecing things together, keeping like big projects, I guess you could say, together. That's why part of why I started this Twitch channel. So I want to put my best work out there, and this is how I want to do it. And I still want to be, I guess, a voice, if you will, for those of us who just, you know, are always getting in our own way, are always thinking, no, I can't possibly be worth it, you know, stuff like that. We can be our own worst critics, chat, as artists, as people. There's a reason why it's become such a stereotype. So I want to be here to remind y'all, it's okay. You, like, be your own worst critic. Listen to your own worst critic. But keep doing what you do best anyway, in spite of it. Keep the fight alive. As artists, we're always fighting with ourselves to be our own best selves. Keep fighting to be your own best self. Every day. That's the message I want to end on. Twitch is gonna hit you all some ads. I'm still so drunk. I'm still coming down from like being drunk as shit. But that was like the last 20 minutes of the stream. So I do want to mark it real quick. You know, maybe put that out someday. Cause as we're building, chat, as I keep, you know, doing these streams, I want to do more. And this is like, I think, my like deciding kind of like a moment what I woke up to today, chat. To be like, this is the direction I want to fight for in my life. I want to fight for human artists to continue to do what we do best, to not get doomerism about, like, to not doomer about the state of the world. I'm still here talking to y'all, making a 3D model, making the topology on it, miscalculating because I'm a person, and sometimes people are complex and imperfect. I'm here to remind y'all, the power of humanity is huge. As long as we still have it, we can still keep marching forward as a people. And that's huge. That's what's gonna carry humanity through and through. We need to never forget that. Whatever happens, I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. I could get hit by a meteor tomorrow. Could happen. Am I banking on it? Fuck no. I'm banking on making this my life. Talking about my life experiences. Teaching people. Doing good for the world. In the way I know best. But I could be gone tomorrow, chat. Who knows? I could get hit by lightning tomorrow. I don't go outside very often. Is it likely? No. But it's always possible. We never know how long we have, people. And that's kind of just what makes us all human at the end of the day. So if you've been here with me, listening to me in the future, or ever since up until from 2022 onward, thank you. I see you. I do. And I want to thank you for that. After all this, you know, platform soapboxing, I guess, if you will. I want to acknowledge that. No matter what time period it is, I don't know what's gonna happen after 2025. But at least if I post this to Twitch, at least while I'm streaming this, at least after my time period of, you know, having to make sure like every stream is just kind of like specific to Twitch for the 24 hours that it is, and then I'll post on my VODs channel. It's like, if I can reach one person with this message, keep going for it. Humanity is one of those things that's always confused me, if I'm being honest. As an autistic person, as a person, as a transgender person, as a transgender woman. It's always been really confusing to me. It has. But just because someone or something is confusing to us as people doesn't mean it costs anything to respect that. It costs nothing to be respectful to other people in our lives, regardless of whether we can understand them or not. That's kind of just the bonus, I think, at that point. We need one another. We do. That's something that's been really hard for me to grasp sometimes. If you've been watching me for a while, I've tried to be open about, you know, my mental health struggles. Everything that I face on a day-to-day basis as a person. And at the end of the day, that's also something that I think is still innately human that we just need to remember. Like, it costs nothing to respect people. And god damn it, if I die like 2 minutes from now, that's what I want to be known for. That's what I want to be known for. It costs nothing to respect other, like, people in our lives, in our world. That's more important to me than any piece of art I ever put on this channel. That's more important to me than any piece of any audio clip you could ever be listening to. We need not forget the race of people that we come from as a whole. And that's what I want to be known for. I want to make my art. It's what I've been, you know, chasing after all these years. That's part of my humanity, I think. I also want to reach something bigger than myself too, you know? And no matter at what point I am in my growth, I want to make that clear. Every one of us has the potential to make something of ourselves. Go and do it right now, whatever it is. Whatever that creative idea you've been thinking of. Whether you're just burnt out from being, you know, exploited at your job. Because we've all been there. Any of us who've lived long enough, we've all been there. Or like, whatever it is you're just thinking of. Go do it. Go execute on it. I'm skipping this song. But go execute on it. Go do something with it. Because you can do it. Harnessing our power as people starts with ourselves and continues with our communities, or the people we reach. And that's something that I just want to always drive home. We as artists need one another. I know a lot of us can be really, like, cooped up in our own holes, so to speak. Me, myself, I have my own octopus den, I guess you could call, you know, sleep, where I rest. But as long as I'm still breathing, this is what I want to put out there. My best self. My advocacy for you. You. To be your best self. Keep going for it. Because you are worth it. Sometimes on this channel I've put out the idea, and I do, you know, I don't want to say, I try to be very secure about, like, I say, if I'm not gonna say something if I don't want to, like, live it, you know? And I do think we need to put an end to this normalization of parasociality. Because I think on some level it's destroying some people. That's upsetting to me as a person. It's upsetting. It is. The types of people I grew up with, my dad started having to be, you know, caretaker to him. Whatever. He got disabled. Whatever. Happens. We're all people. Whatever. I do my best. As a person. I'm also sick. I have my own needs and, you know, provisions, whatever. But, you know, whatever. We're all people. Do whatever as best as I can. Overfilled his coffee cup one day. Told me to kill myself over it. Like, genuinely. Type of people I come from. So, goddamn it. I want to turn that into gold. For people. Chat. I do. Whatever form that takes. I'm good at what I do, I think. In 3D. I've made this show for everyone, for all of us. For, you know, y'all can change my outfit, me being gay, for instance, whatever. I've taken inspiration from other creators. To some degree. But goddamn it, I want to start spreading more human connection with one another. Remembering the human. Reddit, I know, for example, started this thing of remember the human. Remember the human, sorry. Still a little dry. Kind of starting to come down from it. But Reddit started this thing a while ago of like remember the human, and I have not seen that respected online. I haven't. Maybe on some levels, maybe on like some real sense and whatever, but like I want to stand for that much, you know. Now they're starting to they're starting to make, you know, profits on their articles. Reddit's starting to go in a direction where they're like gonna start making a paywall for their content. I get it. I do. Everyone needs to pay rent. Everyone needs to afford to live. It's just, it's really strange to me, I think. Whenever you have a thing on the internet where there is a forum for the public to gather an open discussion about social issues, about whatever, how to make a 3D model, how to do anything on a societal, like, person-to-person level. Whenever you start privatizing that and opening it to, like, commission for the base ability to talk to someone and, like, engage in human discussion, that's where I start to get a little sussed out. That's part of why I do these streams. Because I do want to, over time, get more commissions. I'll be fully upright and honest about that. I'm an artist. Not only do I want to pay my bills, but I want to do more art. I want to have a more of a, like, you know, built up, like, thing around my art. And I want to be fully transparent about that. That's just part of pursuing art as a career. And I want to pursue art as a career. I've always wanted to. I also always was fascinated by technology. And, you know, That's why I'm a very I advocate for staying safe online, too. That's why I said what I did in previous streams. So I will always stand by that. But I've also always wanted to be an artist. Because the more I think about it, y'all, art is one of those things that's kind of innately human. To a degree. Maybe you'll have playfulness in some animals. Octopuses, for example, exemplify playfulness. But art is one of those things that I think is just innately human. And I feel like with this crazy advent of the internet, everything's always at everyone's fingertips. I feel like I should at least owe it to myself and my community to kind of like promote the idea that we're still all people behind all of this, behind all these screens, behind a VTuber avatar, behind whatever I'm doing. We're still all people. The US right now is really making it hard to trust that that's going to be respected by everyone. At least everyone in the US. I mean, not everyone voted for this. But now it's just reaching a point where, like, the more every day I wake up, I see more of these headlines. It makes me like wonder, like, when's the end? Because it's obviously near, right? And if not, then, like, what the fuck are we doing with the internet? This very powerful tool to connect people. I think we should be using it to teach people. I think we should be using it to impassion people. What can we do as a society, as a people, as a world? How can we keep moving, treading forward, you know? The age of AI, I guess, is seemingly upon us. As much as I want to, like, I don't want to say I'm, you know, I don't want to say human artwork is ever going to be replaced by AI. I don't think that's ever going to be the case. But it's reaching critical mass. What do we do about it? How are we going to fight back? How are we going to do so in a way that's civil? How are we going to do something that's safe for people? These are questions we need to be asking ourselves as a society. And I think we need to teach people. I think we need to just continue to do what we've been doing best. Teaching people how to be better people. Each generation. It's what I want to do. I don't have a degree from any, you know, cushy Ivy League college. But I've got my human will. And god damn it, unless we're like going into a case of like, I don't know, like law or like medicine, shouldn't that be enough? Shouldn't that be enough? It's kind of what I want to promote with my content moving forward. I've always been very, like, you know, growing up in Gen Z, one of the first Gen Zers, I consider myself. I just feel like I've got, like, I've just, like, analyzed you know, everything. I feel like I've got more in common with Gen Z than millennials. No one can agree which generation I belong to based on the year I was born, so it's like, you know, I just kind of look around me, I'm like, I have this much in common with these types of people. This is kind of like the time in history that I feel like is more reflective of myself, and like I want to use that for good. Oh, that's so strange. I may have to tweak the bot a bit, y'all, to make sure it's like, you know, if one of y'all just tried to interact with it, that might have been why, but that's, it's not supposed to go into chat like that, it's just supposed to handle all this automatically. But, god damn it. I want to fight for human artists. As an autistic person, it's always really easy for me, I feel like, to, kind of have some sense of, like, ultimatum. Yes, no. Black and white. Always and never. I'm still working on, you know, getting better at recognizing the minutia and differences in that. But ultimately, I feel like that doesn't allow for humanity. I feel like that's part of the reason why I've kind of like reached a point of like, you know, I want to be open to everyone. It doesn't reach a point of like being open to humanity though. At that point, everyone's got our, I guess, mistakes and like, you know, stuff we do from time to time. I feel like we should embrace that. Because at the end of the day, like, I could make as many tutorial videos as I wanted just straight out, right? But I still want to put myself out there too. I still want to put this message out there too. I don't know how else better to do that other than streaming, I guess. I can still, you know, get to the point in a tutorial video, but that's what I want to build towards. A better future. For all of us. I never want to lose sight of that. And if I do, god damn it, cancel me. This whole, like, cancel culture thing and everything has been running rampant for a while now. It's like, I think it makes sense. Probably shouldn't platform someone if they're calling for, like, the genocide of a people. And I want to believe that there's more to it than that, I guess, at the end of the day. I think, like, everyone can have maybe their biases at the end of the day. Maybe there's, like, their you know, self-justified rationale as to why someone or something in the world is, like, you know, different from them. But, like, at the end of the day, we're still all people. Still want to promote that message. I think everyone deserves that much respect on some fundamental human level. So that's what I want to be known for. I want to make that very clear. Because, like, if whatever I'm doing isn't for a greater purpose for humanity, of reminding you that, like, we as people have that power to make whatever we want of ourselves, whether it's an artist or a painter or videographer or a animator, whatever your drive is, keep at it, because it can pay off, and it will pay off. And never let anyone tell you otherwise. When I was starting my Twitch channel, chat, My dad was always telling me I wouldn't be able to make it as an artist. And now that I've lived like for a decade, I'm at a point in my life where I'm just like, I would rather die trying to make it as an artist than live just doing whatever the fuck I can desperately just because of money. Just because it's like important to make a living or whatever. Why is one they're fucking this up right now? 1 second. Blender. Anyway, I feel like I've reached a point where I've kind of just been, you know, trying to make this very just like, I guess like candid statement, if you will. But I think it's important at this point. This is where I want to stand on like human morality. I think we need one another. It's important. Never forget that. I wouldn't be where I am today without y'all, chat. And I want to recognize that. That's why I want to say what I'm saying. If it wasn't for y'all, I wouldn't have gotten the news I just got today, I don't think, honestly. I would have had a chance at it. Someone else might have come along, but like, it's ultimately you that got me to this point. So, if you're thinking of doing whatever it is that you're creatively passionate about, stop thinking about it. Just go for it. Because it can pay off and it will pay off. Believe in yourself. Genuinely. Like, I know maybe it sounds corny right now. Some of y'all afraid to be corny, but I was born on the cob. I mean it. Go for it. Whatever creative passion you're impassioned by, just start building for it. It'll come to you over time. Whether by recognition or by, you know, whatever it is, it'll come to you. Because we each depend on one another. At the end of the day, all of us only have one another. We on this planet need to cohabitate with one another. It's very important. And we need one another for that. We each have our talents. We each have our dreams, our desires, our personalities. Those are each pretty unique. But like, true progress in this world comes by way of community. Comes by way of remembering the value in our humanity. In one another. That's I think my message, I guess. I feel like I at a certain point I start, I guess, maybe echoing myself, but that's my message to the world. That's my message to the world. That's what I want to be known for. At the end of the day, I think it's important to bring one another together. And I think you watching, it's important for me to say thank you. Like, I don't know how long I have you. None of us know how long we have anyone in our lives. So, if my dying message ever is to be known, let it be known this. Let us say thank you and I love you for the people in our lives while we know we still have them. Every day. That's what's most important. I do this because I care about people learning 3D. I care about the 3D industry. I care about my interests. But, like, it's something I think over the years of my life I've managed to just not feel so awkward over the course of. Something I can connect with people over. So I do mean that, genuinely. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to this. Thank you for being you. And keep doing what you do. I'm out, I guess, on the thought. This is what I do it best. This is what I think I do best. This is what I hope I do best. What I hope I can continue doing best. Thank you all for letting me do that. Thank you all for continuing to allow me to do this. I started this Donothon because I just don't know what the fuck else to do, chat. I don't know what the fuck else to do. I've applied to so many jobs. I've applied to jobs you guys have sent me. Nowhere else wants to hire me anymore. It's like, what the fuck do I do? I want to do this. I want to make my life count for something good. For the good of all society, for the good of, I guess, I don't know, the internet. I don't think the greatest representation necessarily in all forms of society, but like, it's our resource as a people, as a species. So like, at the very least, I want to put something into that, you know, something good. Something genuinely good in this weird culture of like clickbaiting people and like shock value, like, you know, hyper obsessive parasociality. I want to do something good. That's what I want my life to be based off of. That's what I think I can die happy doing. Putting more good out in the world. Never forget the good people in our lives, chat. Say thank you for them every day. Who knows when you won't be able to? Might be tomorrow, might be next week, might be several years from now. But we must never forget our humanity. Anyway, I'm back at it, chat. I'm sorry I'm a little drunk. But I mean every single one of those words. I do. I do. I mean every single one of those words. So, I guess to kinda, not get super, descriptive, I suppose, but like, cause like, I've always been that type who I don't wanna be overly optimistic about anything. But I think we've reached a milestone, chat. I wanted to wake up to, like, I guess more concreteness to it, and living with my roomies is eventful. I care about them as people. Sometimes it's hard to schedule things with other people, but like, they're still people at the end of the day. Probably would have been able to, I guess, have more of a concrete message here, I suppose. In some cases, if I wasn't like rushed this morning. But ultimately, that's what my message is. Value ourselves. keep going for it. You're worth it. You are. If by no one else's standards, then by god damn it, your own. Cause like, no one else is hiring me here. I'm trying to still stay alive here. I want to do what I want to pursue what I think is my life's work. What I think is like my life's calling. I'm not very like I'm gonna be very forthright. I'm not exactly a religious person here. You know, I'm an atheist. But I think it's still my life's work. It's just what I think I do best. What I've been told I do best. By a lot of people now. So I want to keep going for it. And I want to push that message forward to anyone. If you're scared, if you're like, if something you've been dreaming of doing, you're scared of pursuing, go for it. That fear is a good thing. That fear is pushing you in that direction. That fear is what's telling you that I can manage it. I can go forward in spite of it, in spite of the fear. And god damn it, I can achieve it. So go for it. Really, genuinely. It's all I ever wanted to deliver as a message. I'm gonna turn the music back on now. But, yeah. That's all I ever wanted to put forth. It's kind of all I ever wanted to set forth to achieve with my content. And I just want to say that right now. Because I don't know what the future holds. I never will. I will save my work though. Thank you, Jake. That's the message I want to put forward into the world. You are worth it. So like, stop asking for others' permission to be worth it. Just know it. Just go forth with it. It might not be always the easiest thing sometimes, but like, if it's not you, then like, who the fuck else is gonna do it? We all gotta start somewhere. And we all gotta do so by valuing ourselves. That's my message to you, chat. That's my message to the internet. And that's more or less, after almost 2 hours of rambling on, almost, what I want to convey here. I'm so sorry I got drunk, chat. I got some really good news this morning. It's part of why I want to be very, like, clear here. Because I know some good things can go to people's heads. I want to be clear about why I do what I do. I never wanted any of this to go to anyone's head. I never wanted the idea of, like, parasociality, which I know. I grew up on the internet. I know how easy it is to fall into patterns of parasociality. I don't want that to necessarily be the norm. I think it's important for us to recognize that we're all people on the internet. I think it's also important for us to all recognize that we're all people on the internet. So it's hard to get to know a person over the internet. At any point. It always is. Absolutely. And I want to remind us that, like, life as people is kind of a bit more than just that, right? I think. I believe. More than just numbers on the internet. More than just how we perform. so to speak. More than any of this. So I just want to make that very clear. I think my overlying point, or underlying point at this point, is just thank the people in your life. Because whether they're dead or alive, if they were important in your life, then they've helped you in some capacity. And that, I think, is the most human thing that we all can do. Because each of us has different ways that we, you know, learn or conceptualize of things, whatever. That's the most human thing we can do. Learn how people learn, and then work with them, and then cultivate that. It is, I think, the most human thing. No AI or robot can ever take that away from us. Anyway. Ouija. Hey. If my claim to being a universally recognized good person is putting forth just exactly what I'm doing, just like Luigi, I mean, you know, if we're talking about the world at large, have you noticed that the news sources, once everyone, it was like kind of like decided among people that, oh, Luigi Mangione kind of just is now recognized as kind of a hero of sorts when it comes to these people that are dedicating their lives to making it a struggle and suffrage for other people just to get by and live. If people can dedicate their lives to that kind of evil, then goddamn it, we can dedicate it to good too. That's what I want to stand for. God damn it, we can be good people too. We just gotta choose to be. All depends on how we approach our perspectives toward life. And that, I don't think any school can teach. School can teach arithmetic, history, sure, maybe, even. I was never the greatest at paying attention in history class, chat. But like, the idea of teaching someone, how should we be good people to our fellow people in life? I don't think that was ever made clear to me in school. So, that's something I at least want to try to make something of for anyone going forward in life. Because schools can't teach that. They might try. But I don't think schools can teach that. I don't. I hope I'm wrong. I do hope I'm wrong. I want someone to prove me wrong on that. I want society to prove me wrong that school can't teach people why we should be good people. I like, am putting that forth to society as a personal challenge. Prove me wrong. Make society better. I dare society. I dare our world around us to prove me wrong on that. And I will gladly lay my claim down at that point. I will gladly be proven wrong at that point. Cause that's all I could ever think about after a while growing up. Why should we be good people? Y'all never made that clear in school. In any of these schools. There's good people who teach the school. Like, there's good people who get into teaching. But it's so weird whenever I would ask them, like, why did you start teaching? How, like, weirdly, like, well, I need money or I need something. It's like, there was a few good teachers in school who would just genuinely say, I wanted to see the world better itself. That's all I want to see in this world moving forward. I want to see the world better itself. I do. And it's so weird to me that, like, just because I don't have a college degree, or just because I'm some random person on the internet, that fundamental human perspective, I think, should be fundamental to everyone, you know? Thank you for the bets. I think that should be fundamental to everyone, you know? Cause I want to see this world flourish. I'm scared. I don't want to see us blow ourselves up.
Cake shared X 100. Here's $1.
Just because I'm not part of some military-industrial complex or whatever, you know? I feel like my perspective as a person, just like your perspective as a person, if anything I'm saying, like, if any of this resonates with anyone in any way, let me know. But why should that be any less than, you know? We're all people. We all owe it to ourselves to make the best society we can. Not just ourselves, but to one another, I think, too. I don't want to get too sappy tonight, chat. Thank you for the bets, Cake. Let me go ahead and update the goal real quick. Because I do try and keep this relative to each month as I go along. But I don't want to get too sappy. That's ultimately why I do what I do. That's what I want to put forth into the world. That's why I keep saying it. To a certain degree, I think the more I've been streaming, the more I realize that, like, you know, I don't like repeating myself all the time. That's why I figure after a while I'll start making what I say into videos, and that way, you know, I can put that, I can, like, make that into a post, and it's like, here, this is what I stand for. It's part of the process of me making that. This is what I stand for. Here you go. Let me know. Here you go. That's ultimately all I want to prioritize. And, like, you know, I get it. The robots are learning how to do stuff like this. How to do these things. That's why I think it's really important for me to show off the process of, like, how I do what I do. Why I do what I do. Explain why I do what I do. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to die doing. Because I think it's important to put that forward. Someday, who knows, maybe I'll, you know, water a seed and someone will put more of that forward and I will have to, you know, repeat myself a bit less, I guess. I don't know. But that's what I want to do. For any of y'all who've been, like, I part of why I got into streaming, I think, as well, because I'm very, like, oh my god, oh, what do I make today? What do I put out into the world today? And a lot of times I think it's, you know, really nice to just, you know, continue to work on, you know... It's a long process to make a single character model. Might as well stream it. Might as well. Why not? Oh, but people learn how you do what you do. Okay. Cool. Epic. I want more people to learn how I do what I do. I want more people to follow what they value in life. What they treasure. Never forget what you treasure. I treasure my friends. I treasure the people I care about. I treasure the culture that we as people have made around art and expression and teaching, I guess, if you really want to boil it down some kind of like complex, like, you know, convoluted social hierarchy, whatever. Capitalism has become what it is, the schooling system has become what it is, but like on a fundamental basis, we're still always gonna have to put forth our best selves by example and teach the next generations further for whatever that is. I guess early Gen Z, late millennial, whatever you want to call us, we're always gonna need more people to keep putting our best selves forward at any given point. So I think that should be a bit more open source, so to speak, don't you? To a degree. Insofar as, like, for instance, 3D is concerned, going to college is really fucking expensive. You know, under the same social and monetary hierarchy that our whole generation has kind of become guinea pig to. By just society. What the fuck are we doing? Why are we charging people to live? What the fuck are we doing? I think we should be cultivating people's lives instead of just implicitly putting the value of their life to a price tag every month and saying, well, like, you know, it didn't add up, so go homeless or something. Cheap viewers, I'm going off here, y'all. You know we do the bots here, y'all. We get them banned off Twitch. That's another part of what I'm talking about. When even the idea and ability to reach people and like talk to people on a human level has been so mass-produced and mass media like processed, to where now we have spam bots posting on Twitch chats about, well, here's how you reach more people, but like, am I really reaching more people? Am I really reaching more people if I just pay a view bot to bump up an arbitrary fucking number? Am I really reaching more people that way? I've been going on for the past like almost 2 hours. First view bot we got here tonight. I wasn't waiting for their permission. I wasn't waiting for their permission to start, you know, going off. I say what I do because I believe it. Because I genuinely believe it. Because I believe in the power of us as a people. And I have withstood so much abuse growing up. Like, just being able to say that, that's huge for me. I never thought I'd be able to trust anyone anymore in this world. I want to be fully transparent. I was about to give up on the concept of love for other people. Full stop. Don't know if, like, I don't want to put everything on any one person in particular. But then I found my boyfriend, my current boyfriend. Kind of made me remember that, like, you know, love is just innate to us as people. Then I started streaming again. Then I started remembering, wait a minute. We as people need to care about one another before we forget it. Cardboard box, thank you so much for the follow. We as people need to care about one another before we, like, you know, forget what that's like to AI. Doesn't that sound fucking scary? We as humans can never forget that. And I want to move that forward no matter what these corporations do, no matter what these governments do. No matter if they think like AI is the future or whatever. We need to remember the people that got us to this point. I've always been fascinated by technology. I have. Ever since I was... My dad used to work for the NSA at the peak of his career. So I had a lot of hardware to work with. Built my first computer when I was 6. Wasn't great! Wouldn't be able to run this, what I'm doing right now. But it was still my first computer. You know? So I had a lot to work with. He was at the top of the NSA at the peak of his career. And he started realizing. I don't want to say he started necessarily like becoming a better person. He kind of started turning into a QAnoner. After he started working at like Bristol Myers Squibb too at one point too. He was part of the NSA Bristol Myers Squibb. He did a lot of top tier like computer administration networking work for a lot of big banks like Wachovia, stuff like that, you know. And I can say that. I can't say what I did yet until March 19th. Be here. March 19th. I used to do contracting work for Google for a while. And March 19th is when my non-disclosure runs out, so I'm gonna talk about it. But as a society, that's all I ever wanted to see. People valuing one another, people remembering the human in one another. So that's what I want to fight for in all my content. Someday I want to do a face reveal. Not while I'm in the US. Too dangerous. Just too dangerous in the US. I'm trans, y'all. I gotta, you know, self-preserve a little bit here. But I do want to do a face reveal someday. I have plans for it. I guess just objectively. I want to reach more people before I do so. Because I want to keep putting this message forward. I really do think we need to re-normalize that in society. That's the message I want to put forward and to like everywhere going forward. No matter how many people I'm reaching. And someday I want to remind everyone that, like, yeah, we're all people at the end of the day. And it's important to, as people, you know, like, not be nasty to one another. Keep lifting one another up. Keep promoting the creative and the human in ourselves. As people, overall. That's what I want to do. Do I want to do a face reveal given how someone said I looked awful? Was that beard or something similar? When I was growing up, when I was still in high school, I was so camera shy. I somewhat still am. Somewhat. I've also been very fascinated by technology. So I've worked with that. Because at the, like, you know, ultimately, it's still something I'm about. I think computers are really fucking cool. Always have. Built my first computer when I was 6. Always been like the one that my family goes to when they're like, oh, like, you know, I'm having this technical problem, please help. Would do so, no questions asked. Just part of my person, just part of who I am. I really think we should use technology for the betterment of humanity as a species. Whatever that may be. And some Marks who I doubt is even here or wants to be here. Where everyone is. Jake, I really want to. I'm gonna specifically snooze the ads after 5 seconds left of like going through them just to get this out there. Own yourself. It's important. Be your own best self. Don't blame anyone. Maybe, you know, don't take shit laying down. Be self-righteous in so far as I know myself, I know who I am, I know what I want, how I want to go forward in life. Own yourself. It's no other person's fault for our own specific perceived slights of ourselves. I think bullies can be really fucking shitty. Can kind of sometimes make us like realize like there's some people in the world that are just gonna be haters no matter what. Fuck them. Fuck them. Who cares what they think? Who gives a shit what they think? They're there to tear me down. I'm here to lift me up. You be there to lift you up. Don't fall to someone trying to tear you down. Fuck what they think. What are they gonna do? Shoot me? They'll be a murderer. Fuck them. Live your truth. No matter who you are. It's important. We only get one life, and we need to live it to the fullest. Whatever that may be. That job that, like, you just got, you know, laid off or fired from or something, turn it into an opportunity. Turn it into an opportunity. I don't just mean that out of, like, you know, like, whatever. Like, I got laid off from the only job I've ever kept for almost a decade straight. I'm autistic. It's hard for me to get work sometimes. Because, you know, I suck in interviews. I suck at filtering myself sometimes. I want to be fully transparent about that. It's my channel. It can be. Might as well be. Own it. Turn it into an opportunity. Chase your passion. Chase what you want in this life. I think we each owe it to ourselves because we only ever get one. And none of us know when we don't have it. I could die tomorrow. But I could do it happily. Provided I'm putting this message out there. Do I hope I hope I live longer than tomorrow. It's taken me so goddamn long to get to this point of like, oh my god, I actually like myself. It's taken me so long to get to that point. And it's not easy. I know that firsthand. It's not easy. I've tried taking my life 7 times in my life now so far. And that was like that 7th time I'm just like, I'm tired of trying. I'm tired of trying to find something to justify my own self-hatred. Why do I keep doing it? I was taught to. We're all born with love in our hearts. We're taught fear as we age. Taught fear, taught hatred. Stop fearing. Stop hating. We need to follow our life's purpose. Because someday we're all gonna die. Right? Not as a threat, just objective observation. Everything dies. Everything once lives, it eventually dies. Just cycle of life, it happens. So we owe it to ourselves and all of us to put our own best selves out there every day. Stop taking whatever it is laying down. Stop just letting people, you know, dictate to you your life. I realize I'm maybe to some degree trying to, like, you know, put that out there of like, maybe it sounds like I'm dictating, but like ultimately at the end of the day, live your own best life. Because if you don't do it, who will? Still you at the end of the day. Still your life. I still have all those days of hopeless depression behind me. Doesn't change that I'm still here. Right? So keep doing it. You know what you saying about Twitch? I'm soapboxing to a degree, I guess. I don't know. I'm also trying to work on a model. It's not exactly an easy process, but I do want to put this message out there every day. Maybe I'm going a little too deep on it sometimes, but this is why I do what I do. So I've also had to live through this life. I've also had to figure this out the hard way. I didn't get much help growing up. I was born to anti-vaxxers. I was born to people who just would not believe me when I said I struggled with what I struggle with. No matter what. And like, all of us deserve to value ourselves as people. So I've been streaming for more than a day. I mean, well, okay, so... No. That's not true. That's not the case. This is a separate stream from yesterday. I just try to put my work to a schedule. That's why, ultimately, I started streaming. Because I needed to form my life up a bit better. I reached a point in my life where I'm like, you know what? I should just improve as a person. I should, like, actually be able to function. I should, like, put this together in a way that I can do so. And streaming has really helped me do that. Streaming has really helped me put my, like, art together to a schedule. It's been forever since we talked to you about me on Discord. I do know someone by the name of Sam. But they're also very close friends. And that's not their original Twitch tag, if I remember, so we'll need some proof on that. But hello, greetings. A screenshot. I've just been addressing chat as it comes in. I am still trying to work on a model here. Mighty Sandra, don't remember it, sorry. Do not remember it. Does not sound familiar. But I do practice what I preach. I have been reaching a point in my life where I'm like trying to put this forward because of that. If I talked with you before, I'm sorry if I can't remember. I am a 3D indie VTuber doing what I do. You don't have to donate if you want a chance to win a model. But that is, you just have to be following my channel. And every month I make rent, I put my community into a drawing. And someone gets a new commission. And at the very least, like, this is what I'd be doing otherwise if money was no issue. So that's why I say what I do. Have I been? Been doing pretty alright. I'm reaching this point that I am now of putting my work out there. I guess I woke up to some pretty good news, chat. I do want to thank Twitch. I want to thank Twitch and all of you and everyone who's ever helped me along at this point. Cause it's kind of big. Twitch is gonna hit you with an ad in a bit here, by the way, chat. I've been trying to keep it at bay as long as I can. But at some point, in probably the next like 5 minutes or so, I want to say, I'm gonna switch this up. At some point they're gonna hit you with an ad. I only have control of scheduling. I don't have control of what shows up on my channel. Real quick, I'm gonna switch this up a tiny bit. Don't need to form my life up, I'm done. Mizu, hello! Hold on, wait, by the way, because I always forget. Hello, Mizu. I always forget to pop into my stream chat before I start a stream nowadays. In my defense, I was a little drunk.
At this point, I'm better about joining stream chat than you are.
True. Jix says hello.
I know this.
You know
Sorry,
this.
I'm reading manga because I'm better than you.
That's fair. Chat. I am pretty happy today. If I'm to make like a proper, I guess, fair assessment, if you will, of my mental state, I'm pretty happy today. I love that I get to do what I do. I love that I get to talk with you guys. I love the direction I'm going in life. No matter what.
Well, that makes one of us.
That makes one of us. Cause like I mean that though. I do. I mean all of what I've been saying for the past 2 hours and 20 minutes now. I may be drunk, but the words of a drunk person are that of the truth or something. And I want to like promote that more for more people. No matter what the world around us tries to limit us or circumvent our best efforts, I want everyone to live their own best lives. I do. Want to tell her about some of the advancements we made. I'm guessing you're talking about Xenoblade. I don't know. Xenoblade X. Like I said, I have only just started playing through the series with I believe the first game, the redefined, the upraised, the definitive of it edition. So I'm not sure.
Okay,
I'm trying.
Eventually.
Sorry.
The definitive edition.
I try to like tune my audio settings.
Yeah, Jake, I can read your comments. Don't spoil it for Aayla.
I mean, I already am aware that there are apparently mechs in the next game, or at least in X. Like, that you can pilot. Which, like, is cool, I guess.
Yeah,
I wasn't quite expecting it.
talking about other stuff that you can get on the mechs.
I'm sure I'll, you know, reach that point. It was neat. It was interesting. Wasn't expecting it. But, like, I guess to be fair, I wasn't expecting today, essentially, waking up to what the news I woke up to today. I want to share it with y'all. I do want to share it with y'all. I just want to, I do want to also wait till I have more of a concrete, like, confirmation on a few things in particular. If
Wow,
you
Chad, I can't believe she's pregnant.
I'm pregnant, chat. My boyfriend, my cat boy boyfriend got me, a post-op trans woman, pregnant. I don't know how it happened, chat.
It's okay.
But it did. Neither does God. I should probably drink my coffee before it gets, or actually, you know what I should probably do? Drink some water. I'm gonna go drink water. Haven't done that in a while.
Sounds too out of character. What'd you do with the real Aayla?
Sounds too out of character. The real Aayla would be distracted by everything going on all at once to be able to drink water. Yeah, no, I am just on cloud 9 today. I was a little upset this morning.
I'm somewhere between cloud 6 to 9.
Cloud 6 to 9. 6. God, we're but I'm feeling alright, chat.
Jake, stop spoiling Xenoblade X for her.
Jake, stop spoiling Xenoblade X for me. Jake, stop spoiling Xenoblade X for me. I don't know if you can hear this because the ads. If you pop the player out, you should still be able to hear me, but see, I'm the type of streamer that, like, I'm not gonna bullshit. I do get some ad revenue. I don't get much, but I do get some. And I see y'all who watch through them in my analytics, and I want to thank y'all. Genuinely.
60-40 split, I actually...
At the same time, as a person, as a, like, you know, individual, I fucking hate ads. So I'm still gonna tell y'all how to get around them. No matter what. But yeah.
60% of her ad revenue.
Mizu takes 60% of it. That's a joke. That's a joke, chat! Or is it?
Right, it's actually 69%.
It's actually 69%. It's a joke! Mizu, since I still have an ad break going right now, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. I'm gonna not deafen real quick this time so you can actually entertain chat. While I get back, I guess. But just one sec, y'all. I'll be right back, I promise.
Hey, if Ayla's dead, do you think I'm on her will?
That's on the stream. Y'all, I've gotten so skinny lately. I've gotten so skinny
she's
lately.
alive. I mean, oh, good, she's alive.
Aw, oh, damn it, she's alive. I mean, ah, oh, cool, she's alive.
I asked Chad if I was on your will, just in case you were dead out there.
Yes, yes, she's on my will. I haven't written it yet, but yes, she's on my will.
So that's a no, I'm not on your will. Got ya.
Damn, alright.
Like, objectively speaking, if you haven't written it yet, you don't have a will.
Yeah, but I'm trying to. I'm really trying to. Okay, like
tentacles.
It's hard. It is. That's true. It's really true. It's really. It is true. But yeah. All in all, I mean. I'm happy today, chat. I don't know who the fuck that was earlier, trying to come in here and say there's someone. That was weird. I think that's a way, like a Twitch scam. But like, that was weird. I know a Sam. They have access to this channel. If they're really the Sam I'm thinking of. They can come in here and talk right now.
I mean, Sam's a really common name, so.
Sam's a really common name though, so like, you know, otherwise I never knew a Sam until fairly
I love how every
recently,
time I
so.
say something, you immediately repeat it.
Yeah, you have that effect on me. Look, okay, I care about my friends. They've got that effect on me. What did she do wrong, chat? Why do I care about her? Cause I care, cause.
No, we're not cousins. Where do you think that?
No, I'm saying like cause as in like because. So should I make an additional loop cut here? Let me think. No, I should not. No, I should not.
Oh, you should fix that spot.
What spot? What spot?
The one on the screen.
The one on the screen. You mean this one? Or this one?
Yeah, absolutely. That one.
All of these are gonna go off on their own loop, so let me go ahead and extrude all of them. And then connect all of them.
Okay, Jake, what's that got to do with the stream?
They're stupid. Yeah, what does that have to do with the stream? Unfortunate. Maybe put some bug repellent on, or like something, I guess. Oh, it's gameplay. Okay, I was about to say, I'm like, oh shit. Jake, stop spoiling Xenoblade Chronicles X for me. I do have a rule about that. It's kind of one of those unspoken things. Hello.
21 views.
Okay.
Working with the team has boosted me from 2 to 3 average to 21 views average right now.
You should talk about it on your stream.
I know, but I just wanted to tell you because you're important to me and I love you.
I love you too.
As a
It's a
sister.
little gay.
It's a little gay though. I'm not gonna lie.
Is sibling love gay?
Yeah. Sounds the stupid, nothing's the story. I'm still learning.
That's still spoilers.
It is, I guess, still spoilers. Cause like, I didn't realize there was bugs.
Yeah, don't spoil
I know
the
there's,
mortal
I know there's
Aayla.
cave creatures, but like, just don't, that's another thing I think I want to live for. Don't spoil stuff for people. I think that might just become one of my rules for like not only the server but like on the stream at some point. At first I thought like I should probably just keep this as a rule for like people who like are guests on the stream, but like so many times I see so many spoilers for so many games and I'm like, I still want to play them. I still want to get a chance to experience them. I do also want to say though that I'm moving my game streams to Sunday.
Fair assumption, Jake.
Or, yeah, Sunday. Stop talking about the game, assuming that each time I do you get mad at me for it. I mean, you are literally kind of spoiling the game story, like the game features to me at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know how else I'm supposed to react. I'm sorry.
Story progression, enemies, all that stuff.
I'm trying to take it all in.
I know that guilt trippy double speak, Jake. Don't use that.
God, I feel sorry for some people growing up under like abusive parents like I had. Cause they would do that shit all the fucking time to me.
They deserve it.
They deserve it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
I didn't deserve that.
no. I think we each deal with life in our own comedic humorous way to some degree.
I'm dead.
You're dead. Mizu's dead. She's a zombie, but she's one of my best friends in the whole wide world. I want to make clear. But she is a zombie. I'm friends with a dead... I'm friends with a zombie. Honestly, I wanna rewatch, at some point soon, I wanna rewatch Zombieland Saga.
Why? Only weirdos like that show.
It is a good show! It's a good show. What do you mean only weirdos like that show? It's one of your favorites, and I like it
I'm
too.
dead. That's pretty weird.
Yeah, it is pretty weird. Okay, so if I unify these loops. Undead? She's undead. If I unify these loops somehow, I think that's how I want to formulate these loops. It's so strange to me though that like what the fuck even was that earlier? Bro's trying to try and be like, oh well I knew you. I'm like, okay. I'm just a person. I do know of a Sam. Fairly recently. Didn't grow up with the person. But I do know of a Sam now. But like, what the fuck was that? Or wait, am I not supposed to mention that? Oops. Oops. Well, I guess I'm human anyway, after all.
Oh.
No. So, okay, you... probably could get merged with you. No, wait, hold on. I'm trying to like figure out how I want this loop to wrap around, kinda. Stop playing that game. Like, you don't gotta stop playing, just stop spoiling it to me. It's just like, I don't know. It's one of those. It's just a mutual thing, I think. Really,
It's a respect thing.
It's a respect thing. Sometimes I feel like I need to like over-explain sometimes to a lot of people. It's really odd. That's another thing I want to stand for. As a society, we should be respecting people.
And octopuses.
And octopuses. Octopuses are people too. I mean, we're the closest thing that we have to alien life on Earth. Technically, if we want to get really technical. If you want, I could info dump about octopuses for like hours on end. But I want these streams to be me making progress on the model. So that's what I'm gonna keep going on. But I think... I mean, even that much I might be able to be fine with, because like it's still wrapping around. I'm just trying to like now consolidate like which loop. Would probably be this one. How do I merge these into something that like better fits the topology structure, the rest of all this, you know?
You don't.
I don't. What do you mean I don't? I can do it like this. I'll do it like this. This is how I'm gonna do it. Okay. Kind of all wraps around into itself. I think that's fine. For like the topology structure, just about. I might actually do something like this, though, where I like start to formulate it down a bit, and then from there I can add topology, scale those in, and suddenly it's like kind of working with topology flow essentially. Kind of works its way into the rest of all this. I'm trying to think now. Where is that loop gonna die out to? Should probably be something like that. Cause like ultimately, I'm trying to link them back up all around with one another. But I did this specifically so that I could kind of like work with topology around further. Now I could just kind of like put that back out to, you know, single faces. Here, I'll stream what I'm doing. Might as well, why not? On Discord's end here. Like, I could just kind of, like, extend this out back into single faces, but that's kind of why I created this right here, how it is. Because I'm trying to work around the topology. I'm trying to work, like, it up to a point at the ends, ultimately. But I still need to keep in mind like where everything connects and like how it all connects together and stuff like that. So if I do 1, 2, 3, 4 additional vertices on both of these lines. God, I am so sorry, chat. I usually don't get very... I usually try not to get intoxicated in most settings. My roomie is kind of the very much the type who's like, oh hey, something good just happened, we should get alcohol. I'm more so the type of like, I'll drink if it's around, but like I'm not gonna go out of my way for it.
I can't drink. Being dead gives you liver problems.
Being dead gives you liver problems.
Yeah.
That's fair.
That's my logic, and I'm sticking to it.
That's very fair. Oh my gosh, that's still... I might have to move that down a bit more. Well, actually, hold on. If I take all these, move them out, rotate them a little tiny bit. Kind of the thing we all got a little intoxicated for though, chat. I think I should be able to make an announcement for, like, tomorrow. Be here. And, I'll try to keep everyone updated on the Discord as I hear new information, but just some nice change of pace, I'll say, going on, which I'm excited for, happy for. Leaves me with the, like, realization that, like, oh shit, there is good people in this world. It's, I don't know if I sound shocked or not, but, like, if I do, it is. It's part of, like, my shock. I am so glad about that. It's taken me...
I can't believe Cruiser exists, and you're just now realizing there are good people in this world.
Well, okay, like, Cruiser has been one of the catalysts for that, for me to realize. Cardboard, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the follow, I appreciate it. Stay here and keep it here. I want to keep doing more of these. I want to do more of these for y'all. And when I make the next announcement, be here, because I'm gonna consider all my followers who are there for the next like open giveaway. I am still debating on like what I want to do moving forward. Cruiser's been a big reason I've been still like, you know, making it this far, but you know, I want to open up to the community. So take care, be safe, be here. Whenever I announce the next giveaway, I will announce it on my Blue Sky, most like predominantly along with my Discord. But thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. Be safe. Take care.
Bye bye Box Boy. You see, that's a Nintendo 3DS game reference.
What is?
I said bye bye Box Boy. I don't know if Cardboard Box is a boy or not, but Bye Bye Box Boy is a video game.
That is a... I don't think a cardboard box innately has a gender.
Yeah, but Bye Bye Box Boy is a video game. So
oh, that makes more sense. Okay, so...
By the Kirby developers.
So this loop, I think...
No, you don't.
No, I don't. Why would I think? How could I possibly think?
It's such a betrayal of your character.
So out of character for me. I think, chat, I'm going to connect this edge loop in such a way where it can, like, continue along itself here, this way. probably doesn't make any sense the way I just said it, but you'll see. Check this out. So, if I move this in, move that down, move that there, fill that in, try and do subdivision. Now it's all kind of like loop itself around itself here, and I'm not really anticipating on doing much more of this topology loop, so kind of makes sense that it's gonna, you know, wrap around itself this way, I guess. I don't want it to be too much affecting the rest of the model. But that's how I'm gonna, I think for now, gonna go about connecting all that. Anything further at this point, I'm just gonna link around the bottom of the head and into the neck. So let's keep going. Making good progress, I think. And now here, if I can wrap this around on its own self, so like that part wraps around there, this part's gonna wrap around here, and it'll all still match up topologically. Topologically? Topologically. The word now. See? 3, 4, 5, 6. I think a big, like, to some degree, I think a big reason why also, chat, I got into streaming. Anyone here seen Bob Ross? I think Bob Ross kind of inspired me a lot with how he made his show. Where, like, kind of the idea was he kind of built it around those of us, everyone who, like, would watch and, like, contribute and put their ideas forth. And I think that actually, like, at some point bled into like, you know, even so much as, like, what he made each show about each time. So I think, I mean, with the modern internet, it only makes sense. It's part of why I'm trying this format. And I think I want to keep doing it. Because I like this a lot. It's very fun to me. It's very nice. I'm gonna add some topology loops here and here and move those down for now. Because ultimately these will get linked together. And I'm like starting to formulate this like bottom loop structure here where it's gonna ultimately connect to the neck. But even then, trying to keep the loop structure intact, if you will. So like even this, still gonna be subdividable after a time. Good to see you, hello Blood Angel. I started this stream kinda drunk. I still have some leftover alcohol. We got some good news. Wanna wait to share it with the rest of y'all until I'm like for certain on it, but we got some really good news. Just overall as a community. Damn, that's good alcohol. My roomie got us some alcohol because we both got good news actually today. It's relating to Twitch, relating to what we do. It's really cool. I'm real excited. But hello, welcome.
I'm real excited. I'm Mitzi.
Hi, I'm Mitzi. I'm real excited. How are you? Ah! Water, probably a good idea. I've been talking for so long. Y'all, some of y'all can probably hear my voice. Hold on.
Piss fuel. Piss fuel. Piss fuel.
I mean, if we're being objective, yeah. Quite literally. My body, like a child, will take water, then throw it out, and then demand more. I must. I can't believe it. Why is this slave? My body's thankful for the water. Well, if it's thankful for the water, why is it gonna throw it out after a while? Then just demand I drink more. My entire life is dictated by.
Take their water.
I don't think that's how it works.
Vampires.
It works for vampires. I did get an award for my vampire act when I was acting in the haunted house, chat. I do want to do more acting. I don't know if I'm gonna get a chance to do it at the haunted house again. I would love to. But I would also love to make more models and share them with y'all. Eventually I want to make more of my own models. I can make my own characters live and kind of, you know, play up to them over time. You know, evolution, I guess, if you will. I think it's a good idea. I think it'd be cool. I'm just me right now. This is just my online persona. But I think it's a nice idea.
I still think that counts as a fursona.
Okay, look, I am furry adjacent, okay? I am furry adjacent. I just fucked up my drawing pen, tablet pen.
Here, now it counts as a fursona.
Now it counts as a... Now it counts as a fursona. If my... Hold on, sorry, my pen's fucking me up. Now it counts as a fursona. Now it counts as a fursona.
There you go.
This is playing hard to get hydrated. I suppose. I guess. Sorry, okay, cool. Pen's back together. It's part of the pen where, like, at some point I'm gonna end up like face camming when I'm out of the US. I'm just like, I totally forgot as a VTuber I can make like physical humor or like concepts, but like my pen kind of just fucked up when I make the Bridget outfit, y'all. Because I did start the Bridget outfit as a channel points goal. It's a channel points goal and kind of also inadvertently a bits goal. The bits goal is just kind of there because I'm just like, I don't really know what to make as a bits goal right now. So if we make the bits goal, I'll do the Bridget outfit. If we make the channel points goal, I'll do the Bridget outfit. I still want to do the Bridget outfit no matter what.
If we make the Bridget outfit goal, she'll make a different outfit.
No! I want to at least stream me making the Bridget outfit. That's part of it. I don't want to lie. I'm not trying to lie to people. Like, you know. Sometimes my bestie hits me with a dodgeball. It just is what it is. I'm used to hearing the dodgeball sound from high school. Sometimes. Sometimes it's worse than a dodgeball. I think, okay, so if I just, that was a dodgeball. The other ones I think is a volleyball. She's got some silly soundboard effects and I think they're fitting.
The other one's a basketball.
The other one's a basketball.
Because it's orange.
I might be kinda open, chat. I might sometimes just be kinda open.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there she goes. I have been trying to contain my excitement a bit, but honestly, chat, I'm gearing up for something big, and I wanna thank you all for it. I wouldn't, like, be here today if it wasn't for y'all. And we're only continuing on that trajectory now, so seemingly, as far as I can tell, as far as signifiers lead me to believe, you could say. I'm like, I love it. I love that I get to do this for you. That was one hell of an octave squeal, oh my lord. Yeah! What can I say? I'm kind of proud of my, my vocal range, I guess you could say. I should sing on stream more. I did also finally add a proper variant. Let me play it real quick. I did finally add the town inside me to this to this stream playlist, and I want to play it now because I want to sing it now for chat. For chat. Okay, well, y'all put me in a fur theme for fur hair. What if I were to put you to a fur theme? How would that work? How the fuck would that work? I'm gonna turn off the streamer in VC, and I don't know why it always does this. Specifically, my audio interface will always turn off when, like, in a few particular scenarios. One of those scenarios being Mizu left a voice chat, and it always turns my audio interface off, and I don't know why. It doesn't happen when other people leave voice chats. It doesn't happen. In that case. Not reliably anyway, not like consistently. Mizu's one of the few people I've seen who will like leave a voice chat and it'll consistently cut out me being able to do anything. It's so strange. I don't know why. This might take a moment, chat. Hold on. Might take a moment for me to find the song. But there it is. There we go. Maybe? Possibly? Everyone's voice on me. I'm not there. Just watching from afar. I'm too drunk. I'm too drunk to sing right now, chat. My voice is kind of fucked right now. Spoon Storybox, thank you so much for the contribution to the Virgin outfit. I'm gonna try to. It doesn't show me from what I can see. Sorry, excuse me. Periodically, it doesn't show me the progress towards it just automatically. Sorry. There we go. I never found out what it was I tasted. No, wrong lyrics! To run away. It was very motivated. What is this feeling? Who would I ask? I've been patient, but it was bearable. I've had the gray haze for a long time, though. I've never found out who it was. I taste like vegetables I don't like. Sorry, Chad, I just got a vibe to this. It's like me and everyone's voice on me. I'm not there, just watching from afar. Yeah, you can hear it in my voice. I am a bit too drunk to sing right now. But I fucking love this song so much. It's so good. Someday I will stream Guilty Gear on stream. I've had someone who has been wanting me to do that for a while now. Sorry. Plans for Xenoblade with my bestie kinda takes priority. I will eventually stream more Guilty Gear someday. Rest assured. I like to at least, like, I'm very much the type of person who, like, I will not say something if I am not intending to keep that as a promise. In terms of display servers for links, I gotta say Wayland is really bleeding edge. It breaks more often, just the way I like it. Spoons, hello! Spoons, hello! I woke up to some really good news today. I don't wanna I did start a bit drunk. My roomie got us alcohol because her and I both woke up to some really good news today. And we're just like, oh my god, hell yeah, we can like take a moment to just chill. Oh my gosh. I don't want to share too much right now until I get more of a concrete like confirmation on everything, but I think we got some good news, chat. I think we're gonna be like I want to thank y'all. I want to thank Twitch. I want to thank everyone involved for like getting me to this point so far, because I love this. And me getting back into my stream schedule, me getting back into doing this has been, I think, one of the big things I have to credit with this, and I wouldn't have felt quite as much of a drive to do so if it wasn't for like, oh well, like, you know, I've got people waiting on me, but I want to thank y'all for a lot of everything that they've got going on right now. And I do want to make an announcement about that at some point soon. I'm still like, I woke up to it. I would probably have been able to announce it by now had everything gone smoothly. Sometimes life just happens. Just is what it is. But, not tonight, but tomorrow, Wednesday, probably is when I'm gonna be able to make an announcement. I don't want to say anything for certain, so don't quote me exactly on that, but like either tomorrow or like sometime at the like before the end of this week, roughly. I want to say more for certain tomorrow. Have to do your rent situation. If it was that much, you would see the bar raised, but it's just really good news. It can only be good news. It's like that kind of news. But, just made me realize I kind of gave a whole entire lengthy spiel earlier, and I may have been drunk, I get it, but, chat, the words of a drunk person is that of the truth. The alcohol goes in and the truth comes out, chat. And I stand by everything I said so far tonight. I will post a VOD on YouTube for tonight. After today, because I did reread the Twitch TOS, and it turns out I really should just make sure to wait a bit as I'm posting VODs. But I figure drunk lips speak what a sober mind won't. Yes, drunk lips. I wouldn't say what a sober mind wouldn't. I would still tell. You know, we're all people, chat. I would still tell all of y'all what's going on with me. I realize, as a creator, as an autistic person, it's always been a struggle for me to communicate. I still want to keep y'all, like, you know, in the loop, so to speak, of like what's going on with my life and my, I guess, like, everything I have planned out. And I think I might have a group of people. I think I might have a group of fellow creators that we can, you know, get together more easily with and like work with. And that's big to me. That's like, oh wait, like, right, this whole thing is like, this whole community thing, people actually take it for real. And like, wow, cool. I want to be there for it. I want to be at least to some degree helpful. If nothing else. I've always hoped to be. And it just kind of made me realize the power of community is really big, really huge, and I want to keep cultivating that. Should we find that on Twitch? Just a bunch of open source companies creating products would genuinely be awesome. Like, right? I think it's time to humanize our approach to the world around us a bit. Cause like, for all of my life, I've like always struggled with the idea of like, do I put people off? Do people like take one look at me and they're like, oh my god, you're so strange, I have to look away? Like, there's a lot of, there's a lot of, I think, merit to standing up against that, like standing up against stereotypes and being like, you know what, like, we, at the end of the day, need to value our humanity. We need to value one another and our humanity and the that is intrinsic within that. Because our society, you know, I think it's always, it's funny at the end of the day, oh, we live in this society, little Joker mode, but like actually, like, as a society, we can accomplish great things. And I want to see us accomplish more great things. And I'm glad that we're doing so. And, I never want to reach a point where I neglect that. I always want to bask in the community. Because if it wasn't for y'all, right, like all up until this point, I wouldn't have not only not had this good news, sure, whatever, waking up today, but like my time putting my work out there on stream for y'all, talking with you guys, I don't want to say is like the only thing that has kind of put my faith back in humanity. I feel like that's, you know, a bit of a lofty claim. But it's part of it. It's a big part of it. It is. For a while, what got me into like first like getting like into streaming at all, I think. Don't look at me first stream I watched and immediately thought this person is silly. Let's see where this goes. Aww, Spoon, thank you. I am one to really appreciate people who will see that and stick with me. And stick with not only me, but like us. I want to build a community of goofy goobers. But I don't want to build a community of like, you know, buffoons. I want to be real about that. That's where I stand. So, I want people who will be there to see that in both aspects and be like, you know, we as people should be, to a degree, I think, you know, celebratory of ourselves. We're really cool as people. Each of us. We all do something. Whether it's like, you know, making a 3D model for a person, or making a series of 3D models for a community, or a game, or just a lineup of illustrations, or a comic book series, or something, whatever you do, whatever it is, value ourselves. Really. Value ourselves. I feel like a lot of artists struggle with this in particular because a lot of us get told, like, you know, like, like, oh well, it's you know, it's so hard, or you'll never make it, or it's like, you know, it's really hard to like be a good capitalist cog as an artist. And I'm just like, you know, why are we letting that limit us now? Still, like, business is business at the end of the day. You know, our artists still need to support ourselves. That's part of it. That's just is what it is. But like, why are we letting the idea that we can't make that into something that like satisfies the overlords that determine like, well, you know, like, you know, housing, commodification, whatever, stuff like this. Like, I think a lot of that stifles a lot of artists, because we're all like, a lot of us get to this point of burnout, I think, really. Yeah, where you know, I've been wanting to pursue a lot of these dreams since I graduated high school. I'm 28 now, y'all. I'm creeping up on 30. Cruiser, hello. I don't have to work today. Cruiser, greetings. And instead of working today, you get to listen to me be based and make just really good takes. That's why I do this too, as well, by the way, chat. That's why I don't put my thoughts blindly on the internet in a video, even still. I think streaming is important, because then I get to ask y'all and, like, you know, work around, like, what does my community think? Am I onto something here? Am I not? And I think we should each be more passionate, more passionate. I feel like that's a bad way to describe what I'm trying to say. We should each be more proactive, I think, in just not letting limiting beliefs limit us. Cruiser, I woke up to some really good news today. I'm saying this as someone who's like firmly been of the point of like, oh well, like, you know, I've lived long enough. Naive me would have been like, oh, I hope for some good news today. Adult me, experienced me, is now like, I hope that whatever bad thing happens today is at least funny. So for me to receive good news under that preliminary understanding, it's like, oh my god, there's actually still good things that happen sometimes in the world. Kinda nuts. Kinda made me reflect a bit. Good news from the American, yes. I might be I don't know if I'm overhyping it. It's hard to tell. So I am sorry if I am. It's really hard to tell, as being me and with the struggles I do, but y'all, I'm pretty sure Twitch might have just actually like considered me as like one of their officially recognized VTubers. It's really nice. It's really fascinating. It's like, oh my gosh, this is at least building to something. And like, if nothing else, I can always look to the power of community to like progress in the world. And so I want to thank y'all for that. I do. I want to thank everyone who's been with me for all this time for that. I'm a little drunk still. I don't want to deny that. I think it's really important to be honest with people. Honesty is the best policy. But like, that I think is significant. And I think I have y'all to thank for that. I wouldn't have been able to reach that if it wasn't for y'all. You've seen me. You've seen, if you've been here for when I start streams, or like, you know, my BRB screen, for instance. You've seen what I do. You've seen I try to feature everyone who I think is, you know, like everyone who's like, I want to promote the idea, chat. Fundamentally. we all as people have the ability to just pick up a pencil and put it to paper and just start making art. I'm just featuring the people who've done something, you know, in the case of like fan art and the BRB screen and stuff like that, but like, I believe in the power of community. That's part of why I do that. And I think it's a, like, I'm suddenly reaching a point in my life as someone who's struggled with a lot of trust issues, who's struggled with, like, you know, people stabbing me in the back and shit. It's really rough, but like, even then, I shouldn't give up in the power of people, and I don't think any of us should. I think we all gotta recognize that as just people on this earth, doing what we do best. I don't want to be like too over the top with everything that I'm like trying to like reconcile with right now. Cause you know, I've always believed in, like, you know, being realistic, I think. Especially with those the people that I value most. My friends, you guys, my loved ones, everything that, like, I do what I do because I care about the people in my life. And now I'm like reaching a point of realizing, like, oh my god, I'm so right on to do that. I want to promote that more. I want to promote more people just doing what we do. Doing what we do best. I want to unify us more as, like, a society. And it looks like I'm making strides in that direction. And, you know, if my influence, like, I've always been very, like, maybe you'll find a unicorn if you just look outside the window. Exactly, kind of. Like, I've always been very, I think, matter of fact with people. I just don't expect good things to happen in life. I don't, normally. Up until this point. I like, my expectation is that, like, you know, bad things are gonna happen. I just hope it's gonna be funny every time at this point. And waking up today made me question that line of thinking a bit more. Made me realize, why am I discounting that good things can happen? It's because of us, chat. It's because of people doing what people do. Like, at the end of the day, lots of stuff in life that we can't control might seem fucking hopeless. Might seem really upsetting, really depressing. That shit. But, like, we can always do something to help ourselves with whatever it is. Societal inequality. We can all come together as a community and, like, talk about it and, like, you know, do something about it after we talk about what's the best thing to do about it. And, like, come to agreement as people. The power of community is a lot stronger than I think a lot of people realize. And, that is kind of a, I guess, moral I always want to stand on with my content. I never want to forget that. I want to be very clear about that. I never want to forget that. With whatever I make, whatever I do. Twitch is gonna hit us with an ad here really quick. I've used up all my snoozes because I've spent a lot of already the previous hours of stream talking about stuff like this. And at some point, I am gonna go back and, excuse me, sorry, chat, make it into a proper video. But I see y'all who sit through those. In my analytics, I do see y'all. Thank you. helps me continue to put this message out. I've always struggled with trusting people. And now I feel like I'm at a point in my life where if I were to continue to struggle to trust people, it would put me at a crossroads, personally. I want to keep being able to trust people. Trust, like, the world around me and everything that that entails. I just might have accidentally turned off a mesh structure. I've grown up on the internet. I grew up on the internet. Since I was like really freaking young. Since I was like, I believe I was like roughly 7 or 8 when I first discovered the internet, I think. And at the time, I was being homeschooled by my mother, mostly. Just, I think she started to realize I learn a lot better kind of on my own schedule, doing my own thing. So she started helping me out and homeschooling me more. And it really worked, I think, for the like 2 years or so. As a child, I was homeschooled before I got put back into public school. And I think the biggest aspect of that, honestly, it was just easier for me to pay attention. Like, not being like immediately physically surrounded by everyone all at once all the time, but like still being able to be part of something. And I've always struggled socially in those environments, like in a traditional school environment. I've always struggled a lot with all of that. Because it was just so stressful, and so like, how do I manage with it? But if I can harness that to some degree, you know, chat, where like I can still function and manage that way, while still providing some form of, like, I guess, societal value, like, that's what I want to do moving forward. That's what I want to do. I do. I want to do that and like also promote the idea that more of us moving forward, we can achieve our dreams. Not because of like, you know, like, oh well, like, you know, strive to achieve your dreams even if they're unrealistic or whatever, but like through the power of community, through the power of other people, and like just like communicating with other people. One of my biggest struggles. Lots of cool things can happen. Wish I could tune in for a while, but I'm sick right now. I don't want to because that means a job. Aww. Cruiser, if you are sick, prioritize your health, please. Absolutely. Like, even if you're not sick, prioritize your health, y'all. It's important. I didn't do it for very much, and now, like, you know, look what I have to show for that. A fucking back that's like really having issues lately. Prioritize your health, y'all. It's important. It's what keeps us all human, I think, too. A lot of us, I think, lose our humanity sometimes when we forget that we people build all of these systems at play that we have, like, as a society. It's important to stay, you know, stay with that. Keep ourselves, as a community, keep ourselves caring about one another. We need to do that. It's the only option we really have at the end of the day. So that's why I practice what I preach. That's why I want to keep, you know, featuring more really cool people. Spoons, if they're still here. They do their own, I'm pretty sure they do their own streams. You know, I feature other artists, I feature other people. I try to, like, make it very clear of that. I never want to lose that, like, sight of myself. And I want to implore everyone to do this, to, you know, hold that dear to not only yourself, but your community. Because that's part of how the love goes around, right? Stay safe. Be safe, Cruiser. I hope everything's okay. I hope you don't... I hope it's, like, not like a bad sickness or anything. Oh my gosh. Go install temporary antivirus. Wouldn't it be so cool if we could just install antiviruses as people and we wouldn't get sick? It would be so nice. I say this, I think, in the time of unparalleled, I think, like, lots of people are forgetting that, like, it's important to value one another. It's important to keep one another in our minds and in our, like, genuine care. Especially now where, like, you know, I've been reading about a lot of, like, crazy headlines. I never really, like, strapped for shit to say on stream, I feel like, at this point, because I'm like, I woke up today and it's like, oh my god, all these people who worked on Marvel Rivals just got laid off. I had like 20 people who just worked on Marvel Rivals, which is an excellent game, by the way. I played it on stream before. It's really nice. Just got laid off in the US. I believe in the US. I'm pretty sure it's in the US. And it just, like, made me realize the illusion of free choice is kind of a thing, even in the gaming, like industry, where, like, you could either have been working on Concord, you know, game did terribly. Don't think I need to really explain much more on that. Concord did awful. And, like, you'll still get laid off into unemployment, or you could do really good and you'll still get laid off into unemployment. It's like, we, the people who not only make all this stuff, but, like, who also enjoy it, need one another. Because, like, even with Marvel Rivals, like, everything is still set as temporary, you know, like, every artist who worked on any particular game isn't just like, oh my god, like, you don't, like, you know, take into, like, time immemorial this idea of, like, oh my god, that's that person who worked on this game or that game. Maybe if it's, like, a really influential game, I just suppose. But even then, progression of time still moves forward. And it's never, I don't think it's exactly healthy to just rest on our laurels as people, as artists. We're, the linearity of time, I think, demands that we keep moving forward no matter what. I've always been a big fan of acceptance, both radical and, like, just personal, interpersonal. And the linearity of time can be claustrophobic, some like claustrophobia inducing as hell sometimes, y'all. And that much is, like, I would say, universally recognizable. I mean, we have the concept of nostalgia for a reason, right? That's something we all, I think, on some level can relate to. Maybe not necessarily the same things. Different people are born in different generations, gonna have different levels of memorizing different things, because it just is what it is. Like, that's what it was at the time that we grew up with it. But I want to value that. I think that's something that makes us distinctly human. And it's important to, you know, not forget that. am really impressed also, by the way, y'all, that I've been managing to do to like work on the model while I'm a bit tipsy. But I say all these things because I mean them. I do. This is like part of what I want my, you know, what I live for, to be known for. Uplifting other people. Doing art, sure, but like also uplifting other people and reminding people of these things. Especially the more I think about like the situation with this whole AI shit. Having, you know, kind of to a degree been, I guess, coaxed into training them. I took the job back in 2016, so it wasn't like, you know, on my, it wasn't anywhere on my radar at the time. And I do still want to talk about it. March 19th is when my NDA wears up, and I will make I'll probably make multiple announcements leading up to that point. Nano machines. I should play. I should seriously actually play. Metal Gear Rising on stream someday too, because that is something I think I also would say I got my start on. I was so nervous to start streaming originally. Yeah, something I would do while I was playing Metal Gear Rising years later, after it's already, like, you know, made its statement, and we kind of already realized, like, wow, this game was really ahead of its time. I would just stream that to my friends in, like, Discord in private to, like, try to, like, you know, work my, I guess, social tolerances and everything up a bit more. And at some point I want to like actually stream that properly, like on here on Twitch. Playing through Xenoblade takes precedence, though. I promised my friend Mizu I would play through Xenoblade years ago. I'm finally trying to make right on that. Not by any means of like I didn't want to, but like life just got to me. As I think it can happen to any of us. When I was starting stream today, I kind of got really panicky because my roommate got us alcohol to celebrate. You know, we both did hear some good news. We both stream. We both, it's both relative to this. So she's very the type who's like, can we get alcohol to celebrate? I'm very more the type who's like, I'll drink if it's here, but like I'm not gonna go out of my way for it. And she got alcohol with the money she got, so she's like, want a drink? And I'm like, okay, fine. I guess we both did just get some nice news today. So I started the stream kinda drunk, sorta. Trying to like, I guess like, take into consideration all of this. Is that enough topology, y'all? I'm trying to tell. I'm trying to make sure. If I were to like combine the loops of like that and that around here, I think that should be fine at this point. I'm just trying to like link up the face to the rest of the topology. Maybe not. I might want to do that over here actually, now that I think about it. But it just made me realize that, like, trusting people doesn't have to be a chore. I think for a long time has always felt like it, because I'm just really bad at determining that. And I don't want to, you know, try to lie and say I've been okay at that throughout my life. There's even someone in here who I'm pretty sure earlier was just trying to fucking do another fucking Twitch scam where it's like, oh, well, like, you know, I used to know you, and whatever, my name is this, and it's like, that's a really fucking common name. I've only ever known someone with that name very recently, and that is not their Twitch handle. Just very matter of fact. So it has always been hard for me to determine that throughout my life. And, I'm just glad that I'm making strides in that direction now, finally. To, like, be able to learn better how to do that. And, like, I have all of you to thank for that. Maybe not necessarily just all of you. A lot of people in my life. My future husbands. Fellow artists. My friends. But, like, I've got other people to thank for that. It's like understanding how to relate to the world has always been a struggle for me. And I think I'm finally getting to the point where I want to, like, I'm grasping it, I think. And not only that, but, like, I'm excited about it, because, like, it means I get to share more of just everything in my life with the people that matter. And I want to keep doing that. It's ultimately all I've ever wanted to build my platform around. That's why I kind of, I guess, make a thing of it whenever I ban bots and shit. It is funny. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of funny sometimes, but, like, I'm sick of expecting the internet to be this dead internet theory and, like, prove it right. I'm sick of the expectation to be for everyone to be fake on the internet. I want to do something to change that status quo. That's what's important to me at the end of the day. I want to promote more people to be able to not only understand that, like, you know, there's still people on the internet. It's not all just, you know, about this parasocial bullshit, whatever. And I just hope we don't forget about that. I just hope we, as, like, a world society, don't forget about that. I don't think we're going to. I've realized, like, you know, part of, like, me making all this statement is, like, learning to trust that, like, other people are gonna also, realize that, and also, like, recognize that. And, I think I'm ready to embrace that, you know? I think I'm ready to embrace, like, you know, despite having been, like, rejected from fucking every job I try to go for in the world. Again, pretty sure they're just using AI to filter out applications. I still want to do something. I still want, like, to have a sense of a purpose in this world. And it was long ago that I, you know, decided on, like, trying to wrap my mind around all this. I at least want to put my work out there, put my humanity out there in the interest of helping people. In some capacity. I've never been very good at, like, intuitively determining how is the best way I can help anyone. Like, it's kind of hard for me to grasp, but I'm good at making 3D stuff, and I'm good at, like, art, and I'm, I guess, good at explaining these topics, sorta, kind of, hopefully, I hope so, I don't know. I want to make more tutorial videos. But that's one of the best ways I know now, like, one of the best ways I've ever really considered. I know how to do things in this life. And, I've only ever wanted more good to come of that. So that's kind of what I'm aiming for, I guess, now. If you will. I do a lot on stream. It's a lot of work getting all these models made sometimes. But over time I want to, like, continue to, like, work with that more too. I'm the type of person who's very, like, if I don't just will myself to get up and create and do something, then I do start falling into a depression. I start falling into a pit, so to speak. And then I stop creating. And then I get more depressed. And I think that's to some degree relatable to a lot of people, I think. I'm pretty sure. So if that resonates with anyone else, I want to keep, like, putting my own best efforts forward to, at the very least, help with that or something, you know? However best I can. Okay, that will go back that way. I think I may have completed the head, y'all. I think while I'm in my drunken rambling stupor, I might have completed the head. Cool. What y'all think? Oh, hold on. Shading issue. Part of why I do what I do. When this happens, this is because of just the face normals. I've talked about it before on stream. You can check which way the face normals are going. Sure enough, they're backwards. Let's flip those. There we go. Nice, evenly shaded topology. And if I rotate the world a bit so that, like, highlights that on this side, we can kind of see that, like, now, you know, on this side, if I don't accidentally hit the main render mode in Blender. If I rotate this around, maybe, Blender, please work with me. It's nice and even topology, for the most part. Might be able to, like, continue to, like, slide some of these along the mesh a bit. But overall, it's nice and even topology. And it works with itself to ultimately shade out, like how it does. And that's part of why we do retopology. Cause, like, if I turn off the low poly, you can see it, you know, it kind of matches the high poly for the most part, more or less. It's just kind of like capturing that detail in a lower polygon kind of like presentation. I might want to move the edge of this up a bit actually, but overall, it's what we're doing. It might be a bit difficult to work that in, but I think I might be able to do so. I might be able to fake that corner edge a bit with a little bit of normal detailing. I don't want to make it too extreme, so I'm going to try and like continue to push some points around here as I go. But effectively, if I especially make a like join here, I can kind of see in where that's gonna triangulate out to, and now I can kind of better like determine like, well, you know, that can just get done with normal detailing at this point. And it'll kind of really help with like keeping, well, I prematurely deleted that, I should have dissolved it, but it'll kind of help form out that structure, more or less. But yeah, I think we did the head. I think we got the head all mostly properly topologized out here. I'm also still trying to like keep in mind like where this segment is going, and if I have to, I can probably like pull out a little bit of these points from where they reside relative to the high poly, just to kind of like, you know, give a bit of that like harsh edge look if I need to. But I think this takes care of the head. I'm gonna go ahead and remove these, since that's ultimately gonna get merged into the antenna. But that's it for the head, I think, chat. Let me go ahead and put the music back on. Here we go. My bestie Muzi sent me a meme where it's like, Ryan is like, you know, Shulk, after all we've been through together, I think we can safely say that these really have been the Xenoblade Chronicles. And Shulk's just like, shut the fuck up, Ryan. Gosh. I enjoy the game so far. I like what I've played of it so far. Can't wait to do it again. Sunday is when I'm deciding on doing game streams, not Saturday anymore. Chat just works better with my boyfriend's work schedule. I'm sorry. Is what it is. But I am moving game streams to Sunday. For at least in America. Sunday in America, Sunday, one of those days, somehow, some way, in America. I update my schedule. I made it all like clear, I think, on at least here and in my Discord. I'll make a post about it. Probably on Blue Sky. I've been really into Blue Sky lately. It's kind of just like, what if Twitter didn't get mass shitificationed and like still preserved in some way? So I will make a post about that on my like on my Blue Sky about my schedule. So if you're not following it, go ahead and do so. It's down in that description box somewhere. I'll make a announcement about my schedule there and in my Discord. Because I did finally tweak it properly and get it like in such a way where I think it reflects how my stream schedule I want to like work up over time. So I think as far as I'm trying to debate chat, should I extrude something out from here or should I just subdivide down here? I think I'm just gonna subdivide. Because then I can just move these points a bit more. I think I still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 remaining edges to take from. Might need to subdivide once more somewhere else. Might be along here. But that's why I did that with the chest. So that, like, I can do that and it won't fuck up the rest of the topology. At least I believe. I may not need to at the moment, so I'm probably jumping the gun slightly here. The biggest thing I have a concern about at this point is just joining the major segments of the body with the arms and the legs. With this topology. Which also means I should dissolve one of these, move you down, put you there, connect you like this, subdivide. I might even need to tweak this more. So if that's there, then this should go out maybe not quite like this, but like this. And kind of like work up the geometry from there. And then it just kind of like adds to the geometry, really, at that point, because the shoulders are going to be their own kind of deformation point. So, if I keep that in mind, to ultimately link up with there, it's how I kind of like can approach this topology puzzle. Whenever you're doing any kind of retopology, a lot of it really is kind of just like puzzles, basically. Putting these pieces together in such a way that they actually like form together ultimately. So I'll connect you. Add 2 more topology loops. Connect them as faces here. Can do the same here. Take all of you, make sure you're aligned to the back. And just kind of fill it out, and there we go. Think it looks like decently workable topology. I'm still gonna want to try and like manage it as it connects to everywhere else, but there's the back. We're building it up, chat. It's coming together pretty nicely. This part might be a bit challenging though. But I think I can probably figure it out if I just take this topology loop. Go from the top and like move it kind of a little tiny little bit along the edge of the loop. I don't want to do it too much because then it starts getting to the center part of the finger. But along the arm, and kind of like also just really just along the arm as best as I can keep it equilateral here. I'm gonna move these points along here, and I forgot to take the rest of the bottom. Hold on, 1 second. Sorry. There we go. Now I can just kind of move that forward a bit, can I? It kind of addresses the issue, I think, a bit. I am still gonna smooth it by the wrist once I get more work done to it. But ultimately now, now if I just go from here to the edge of the end of the loop, I can align it back to the high poly again. And it should end up topologizing out, I guess. Is that a word? I think that's a word. I think it might be a word. I'm kind of like trying to find out like what's the best angle of the topology to like start deviating slightly from how I built it up, just to like match this connection. Which also, good thing I'm doing some testing here. What the fuck is going on here? Not sure why that's there, but it's deleted now. We're good. Good to go. And that way, that topology loop will kind of line up with like the middle of everything else. And it'll kind of connect into itself, basically. These are all really important factors to consider when working up any form in 3D. Kind of like how ultimately is the topology going to loop around and in like within itself and work with itself. That's why I do what I do. That's why I do all this retopology work. At some point along, probably want to say around here, I could probably like connect that now. Work with that loop going around. Add some topology. Link these two up so that continues to go around, and then kind of just meet it the same way. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I might have started adding things a little prematurely earlier, but this is at the point where like I can work with this topology loop structure. Kind of. I can redirect it a bit. I'll work to redirect it a bit. I'm gonna just delete this underarm segment here. And now, really, kind of a lot of this is just like me, like, you know, if I wanted to rework this topology. I could link these two up here. Still keeps going that way. Add a loop cut. Put that there. That's why we work in loops, so that, like, you know, if I need to do stuff like that, I just kind of can. Join those down a little bit. Kind of like balance it a bit with the new loop cut. Then I should just be able to connect it, and then there you go. Now there's that segment of the loop, there's that segment of the loop, now we just gotta join them. Pretty straightforward, I think. Can delete that part because that's where the pole starts to enter, and then just connect these two. Pull that out, connect these two. Go here. I could probably even... No, I can't. Never mind, hold on, chat, sorry. It might be kind of stupid. But if I merge these, Kind of gets that effect we're going for. Where it's still wrapping around. Now from there, again, since we're working in loops, if I need to add additional geometry, like how I kind of should probably here with this shoulder region, it's kind of just easy to pop right in and fix, and there we go. Doesn't fuck up the geometry loops at all. Now I can keep going along the idea of what I was going with here. That's why I work in loops. That's why I do this. In fact, this one, I don't know what the fuck's going on with it. Make sure they're all, you know, linked to the base sculpts again. Actually, I do know what's going on with that. For whatever reason, when I slide or relax these like additional geometry loops, they just do not fundamentally work with the high poly face project instantly. I don't know why, but you want to make sure those are working with that. Oh dear, okay. Cool. So now I think, since I got this loop cutted, I'm just gonna real quick recolor this yellow. Because ultimately these different loops are supposed to represent still, at the end of the day, different looping of the geometry. So that cuts this one kind of into, I guess, its own puzzle, if you will, of like, where is this loop ultimately going to end up? It's right, if we're going with what we already just selected right here, it's right there. So now if we connect these loops, and then just add the needed topology to quad it out, now we're kind of reaching this point of, well, everything's starting to kind of connect to itself one another on the model. I'm doing this for the like main torso and like topology of the like top part of the body first, just kind of because I kind of know the topology density I want to aim for here now at this point. Usually I'll kind of like build up the rest of the legs before I get to this point, but this is about what we're wanting to go for, this level of topology density, roughly. I will be making a tutorial series on YouTube later, after I get this commission finished, and you know, any others. And over time I want to make a like edit together of like all these different streams, I think, and that way I can like make them into their own like tutorial series of their own right. Over time, I think this is kind of like the style of like topology looping I want to sort of aim for and promote in my content. So that way over time I can kind of like, you know, work up, I guess, like a pattern with it. I guess like this is where these loops meet up, this is where those, you know, supporting loops meet up ultimately, because I was still thinking of all of those, and like even including this like middle segment here where it's still ultimately looping around into itself. I kind of made all of these points with that in mind of like ultimately still gonna have to worry about where those end up. So the color coding is kind of just, I think, the best way to illustrate that. Especially when it comes to like stylized characters, you know. I feel like there's this culture around like, oh well, I don't want to study human anatomy, I want to make stylized characters. It's like I want to drive home that concept that like it's all the same thing when you break it down, at least in making a 3D character model. Whether it's taken from a realistic character proportion structure or it's a stylized character, no matter what, it's just a good range of concepts to know so that you can take them and make really any character model with them. I come from a view of like, I usually sculpt up a character model first. It's just the most intuitive in my eyes. But this applies to, at that point, any character sculpt. So it kind of is like, you know, even if you have a character model that's like highly realistic or whatever, you can still apply these concepts to it. It still ultimately breaks down to it. I started the stream a little drunk. I've been going for 4 hours now. This is kind of an interesting night, but I think I want to at least get the rest of the torso, if I can call it that, with like the hips and the buttocks and everything, and like the remainder of the segment of the legs finished by tonight. I am kind of at this point planning on like having this whole segment like here probably take its own stream to expound on more, because it's gonna just break off a lot of this topology structure. But it's also part of why I want to get started on it now, so that by the time I link it all up to here, it'll all match up. But first, before I do that, I just need to kind of finalize this segment, I think, a bit. But you can kind of see how, like, even that, we're still wrapping around the body. Really just trying to keep this idea of keeping things the polys on where we're working with relatively low and workable for like if we need to add or remove or just alter the geometry flow a bit for whatever reason. Just make sure all this lines up. Joining that arm segment to the rest of this will probably be a bit of a chore, but I think I can manage it. So like ultimately that loop wraps back around itself. This one kinda a bit less so. I could probably... because that was like a bit not working well. I could probably take this, move it back, move these edge segments up a bit, connect it, so we got like a looping face flow here around itself. That goes back out into here, which I think actually I could join that. So like add that here, move this back. Now from like here forward, moving on, why is that duplicated? Didn't need it. Cool. It was kind of weird why that was there, but alright, I'll take it, I guess. Now we can take this topology flow loop. It's still ultimately gonna wrap around into the mouth. I don't want it to like wrap around into the rest of the body, so like for the most part all these like joining loops kind of contain everything else going on. But I could definitely like join that to like that topology loop, for instance, or maybe if I wasn't so quick to add this face, could like just add an additional topology loop here. Close that, bring that up. And now before you know it, there you go. Think it should work into how all this is going together. Might need some small adjustments, but... And now over all this, now I can just join this here. There we go. Topology loops. God, I love topology loops. I fucking love topology loops. They're so nice. Still working them up, but like... if you're smart about it, they kind of just link up. And before you know it, you have nice clean topology loops that link up all throughout the model. Don't kind of like go all over the place, and like you can kind of add geometry where you need it while you're working on it. So, with that being made like that, that'll wrap around now. It'll be nice and equal. Don't really have to worry too much about the loop at this point. I can always clean up, like, you know, the retopology work this whole time, but that's why I'm focused on getting the loops set, so that, like, by the time those are done, then all that's left is just cleaning up the retopology and, like, you know, of course, animating it. Or, like, you know, rigging it, rather, I should say. But now everything kind of meets itself, I guess, if you will. I don't think this is my best topology work. I'm still learning. But that's kind of how what I've learned so far, I guess. It's kind of how I approach all this now. I may have even jumped the gun a little bit with this, this additional line of topology here. But ultimately, it still keeps with the structure of the hands. I am so glad everyone likes that emote. I am, like, I saw that on the stream. I saw Vex just, like, made it for me on stream one day, and I'm just like, oh my gosh. That's really freaking cool. And now it's just one of my emotes, and it's kind of the same, I think thing with, like, the autism emote. I'm just happy they, like, took off and, like, are being used more. It does really fill me with a sense of, like, cool. I can do this. People like what I put out there. And I wanna do more of these. I wanna do more of these commissions and these commission giveaways. I think Vex might have seen, like, maybe, like, there's, like, a, like, as artists, there's, like, a culture, I think, to some degree of, like, you know, I've always liked art trades. I've always thought they were really cool concepts. Like, I like the idea of sharing art, like, our proficiencies with one another. And that's why I made this community. That's why I have been working on all this time. I never stopped. I took a break from streaming for like a year because, like, depression, but, like, I never, that was always what I wanted to, like, put out initially. Space where artists can, you know, collaborate more, and not only, like, collaborate more as artists, but, like, also, like, I get nerdy. I get into the details of this stuff. I love 3D topology. I want to talk about it more. I woke up today to see not only my good, like, you know, good news for myself, but, like, also, like, I think about a lot of those artists, a lot of those developers who were laid off just recently from having helped on, like, Marvel Rivals. And I think about, like, the culture of posting your art online as a creator. And I think, to some degree, we as artists need to embrace that. We need to embrace, like, we need to embrace putting our work out there confidently. And, like, with the idea of, like, yeah, like, this is what I do. This is what I'm good at. Because this is just what I think I'm good at. It's a unique feeling, I think, to, like, want to share art with more people sometimes. And I want to share that more. I want to, like, promote that more. I also want to get better at topology. But the only way I'm gonna get better is if I keep, you know, working at it and keep trying to better understand that which I don't know. Or that which I'm, like, still working on understanding. These edges, I'm not sure if I'm gonna end up using. What I am gonna do is I'm gonna move these down a bit, along with these two. maybe. If Blender is gonna, you know, work with me a little bit here. Alright. I may need to make one additional topology loop in here then. But like, overarchingly, this is why I try to map all this out, because like now it's getting to the point where like, if I wasn't mapping all these loops out, it would start getting convoluted. More convoluted, I should say, than it kind of already is. But then I can bring this around here. This part's gonna be like the biggest struggle, I think, really, actually. I already started building this loop kind of around that one, consolidating into a smaller loop. And I might just have to do that again for this part here as well. Someone asked me at some point during one of my streams if I had like a, I guess like an ideal studio to work for. And I think it would be really cool to like, if I was gonna go in media, you know, not necessarily games, but like still media that kind of respects the 21st century, I guess, if you will, of like creation and society. It'd be really cool to work for like Glitch Productions or something. I'm not like banking on that specifically, but like that would be really freaking cool. Okay, so now I think if I just add one more topology loop, I think we're good to go. Looks like it. Cool. Just gotta clean it up a little bit now. I'm really hoping that doesn't cause any major, like, severe issues with the shading of the arms. But I think it should work out pretty decently. It's kind of like a trick, if you will, I guess, to like add topology to a group of loops that's already otherwise got a lot going on. The only thing that's like bugging me now, I think, really though, is just specifically that piece in the shoulder, and like where the shoulder goes into the back. So I might want to redo it a tiny bit. But overall, I think that generally is like kind of the vibe I'm going for. I might even be able to just do this by just like pulling points by this point. But really fast. If I were to add one more loop here, just try to like consolidate all of this better. What y'all think? Should I add one more loop along here? I don't think I want to, if I'm being honest. Just like in keeping with trying to like work the topology a bit. At the same time, I do have to map this part out a tiny bit better. Cool, now that part will loop around. I'm just gonna go ahead and kind of like paint these yellow, I guess, but they're not gonna really like go further into the arm. It's just kind of like showing, I think, at this point, like where the flow is like breaking off. I think probably the easiest solution to this right now then would be to like join here. Hold on, this may just be better with the original topology. And then just me like moving it better. Because ultimately the only thing I'm really having an issue with now is just that segment where it meets the arm into the shoulder. That's giving me the most issue right now. It might be smoothable, actually. Even just that, I think, is already a lot better. You can kind of see how, like, it starts to give way to the geometry itself. Let's move these two down. That one a bit more down, that one further in. I think that's already a lot better. There's no, like, distinct segment from an angle. Maybe I guess we'll, like, minus that. But ultimately, there's no major, like, issue with that. It is a little pulley, though. So I think, if anything, I could just add this loop of geometry here, where it's also not gonna stick to the high poly. There we go. just to refine it further. That will then loop around here. Which actually, no, hold on. Oh my gosh. See, this is the part that this is like why keeping all this mapped out is like really important. Because like at a certain point they're all gonna join, and even the slightest miscalculation can make it a lot harder to like unify all the points. Which makes it a lot harder to make the model, which makes it a lot harder to, you know, keep it all together. That being the case, though, if I bring that out like that, that will connect around with itself. It's kind of what I want. And then I might need to add one more... Ah, no, that's not gonna work either. Fuck. Wait a minute, maybe it will. Hold on. Can I still salvage this? Is it possible, chat? I think it may be possible. Or not. It's really tough to, like, work out, like, sometimes this, like, fundamental discrepancy of, like, because, like, if you're working from two faces into three, you're gonna have to make some kind of demarcation somewhere where it like flows into that, essentially. It would just make the most sense to try and have something that's like, if I'm going to have to use a pull, I think it would make more sense to leave it there. But then that leaves this whole entire segment that's kind of just on its own, topology-wise. I could maybe add a loop cut throughout here. But I really don't want to do that if I'm trying to keep this all consistent throughout. Because then I'm gonna have to like add loops of topology to those segments of fingers, which some of them are not gonna be quite equal with one another, so other than that, I could add topology here around this loop. I could smooth that out and work with that a bit more for like leading up into the mouth. I think that might be the best bet right now. Because at a certain point, I gotta keep textile density in mind too. And that, like, kind of is morpher than just texturing. Kind of also, like, works its way out to, like, how much ground is each part of this topology covering, so to speak, to, like, form to the geometry. I might be overthinking it. because they are ultimately gonna get triangled out like this. So everything should kind of smooth out on its own. But this is like how that triangulation, sorry, gets calculated fundamentally. And I really don't like how like little geometry there is on that loop. It's like actively stressing me out now. If I build this up instead, I think this way, I could kind of compensate by just adding another loop on the torso. Then I can work this up from here. And that kind of begins to attack the problem, I think, from like a just topology density perspective. But then it still leaves me with this like problem area of like, how am I gonna connect all this? I suppose I could like connect these like this, but then that still leaves me with this area now, where like I don't want to subdivide that if it can be helped. I really don't want to subdivide that. So I'll bring this back out. I'll connect this here. I'll hope that Blender is smart enough to realize where I'm connecting what to where. See, even that is still gonna leave me with this, like, loose edge of, I guess I could do this. It wouldn't particularly be bad at this point to add another loop cut to this segment. But if I cannot do that, if I can like consolidate that in another loop cut in the torso, and then I'll just like, you know, smooth all these so that they're equal, I think that might be a better bet. However, now it leaves us with this, which looks terrible. Ah, fucking hell. Alright. This is why planning this out is important. Because even if you plan out a like model's topology really well, you can still end up with problem areas like this. If anything, what I could do is then loop that back around into like here, which would kind of also then determine I should probably add a loop cut to the tail. But at that point I probably shouldn't have deleted what I had before. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna completely remake this segment to the tail. I'm just gonna delete it. I think that's just what I'm gonna do. Because at the very least, if I put this back into the tail, for where it's like going from here, I think that's the best bet, just to like compromise on this. Gonna head to sleep. Girls, Kirk, thank you so much for being here. I was trying to like plan today's stream out a bit more, and then just everything that may like it's so hard sometimes to function when like I get like hyped up or like woken up or like rushed in a capacity. And that kind of happened today, and then I'm just like, oh well, everything else I was planning, all of this today, just kind of follows suit, I guess. So it happens. Do my best to control all that. But thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry today isn't like more planned out. But I'm doing my best to do so. Today was just kind of like really like I think honestly unexpected. It's gotten harder sometimes, chat, to like, you know, just get out of bed in the mornings sometimes. I still do it. But it has gotten harder over the years, I think. I think I'm reaching that point where it's like, oh my god, like, how do I do this? It's so difficult sometimes. I'm gonna add one more loop cut to the tail. I at least want it to be like able to support its own geometry here. I think at this point I'm just gonna form the tail hole, and then whatever results from that will continue to result from it as the tail. But I think I'm at a point now where I'm happy to do so. Even if it like slightly deviates from how I was planning out the tail to work out. This one I might also be able to make a loop around for, actually, looking at it. I just don't like the way that that loops around, though. I try to make all these loops in such a way so that that kind of won't happen. So I don't know if I'm gonna dedicate to that quite yet. I'm just, oh my gosh, okay. So like, if I can try to salvage this loop, I think I want it to connect to like here. I think I want to do so by like connecting it to about there or so. Now, I can always add a loop additional to that. Segment this part off. Loop it around. And I think that should be fine. Looking at it. And now that'll kind of like loop around the rest of the torso. I think I might just keep smooth shading on at this point, because it does kind of by now give me a good like view of like the form. And I think the more I look at it, the more I get that kind of like, oh well, like this couldn't be exact, this is like could be a little bit more perfect or a little bit more exact, and I'm just like, I still want to keep in mind that like finished is better than perfect. Okay, so that's part of the outer loop on here, so I should be able to be fine moving that out. If I wanted to add an additional loop cut on here, at this point it would just go back around the face. I could probably disconnect it at some point, like up here, for instance, and just make that work a bit better, which I think I'm gonna do. And I have a reason why. Because I just do not think that's enough topology. But now, oh my gosh. This is with me planning everything out too. I still run into these issues sometimes. Of just like getting the topology exactly where I want it. However, and I don't know how much I really want to do this because then I am also adding another topology loop to the antenna. But it would fix our problem. I think I might redo the antenna. It's not going to be too particularly difficult to redo at this point. But I do need to add topology here. Just to get this shape more linked together in like more of a proper way. So now that allows me to add in more topology on the back here, which also allows me to add in more topology to the tail loop. I'm at this point where I don't want to add too much more topology, but if I have to, just to work with like the mesh, I want it to, like, I still want it to all work together cohesively. That's about 14K triangles. So now if I select all of these segments, I should be able to just smooth these out. Kinda. Essentially. Maybe omit some of these, because I know Blender can be a little finicky with this, the middle segment smoothing out. I'm kind of ultimately trying to get the mid-segment working with itself here. Oh my god, Blender, I'm literally not even selecting anything through it. Come on, there we go. Cool. Just trying to make sure the topology is at least even. I feel like that's a bit much for it. I could probably, over time, like, say for instance if I were to delete that, kind of begin to, work this to a bit simpler, somewhat, even still. And that's what I might end up doing here. This is probably like that point where like if I'm gonna have a topology loop structure that's like still supporting everything, I want to try and have it at least terminate at the mid segment of the body, yeah? So it doesn't like breach into the lower segments. But now how would I do that? Well, if I'm gonna try and be smart about the topology loops, could probably like merge that with like possibly that one, for instance. So then in that case, I will plan on that. I think that's workable. So now instead of 3 points going down, it'll be closer to just this one. Now I should have that reflect down here as well. So 1, 2, move that down, move that out, connect to those, move you down, move you down. So now that should terminate. Now that loop would terminate with that, and then this loop would terminate with... I believe ultimately the tail. I'm not quite sure how much I want to go into this though. I could just kind of like also connect these. But for now, I think it's probably better that I just plan this out more. At this point, I'm kind of just expanding on this buttocks topology loop a bit. Working with it to once again make another good loop with it. Paint that all yellow. Might as well. And now, I feel like that's another one of those segments where it's like, well, shit. Now I gotta figure out where these are gonna loop around. Kinda don't want them to loop around quite like that. I could. And then ultimately that would just like, what, link up with something up here, somewhere around here, probably. Probably actually do this even. Or if I lower this part and connect it, suddenly that kind of gives us a self-terminating topology loop to work a bit more with. So if I do that same thing up here, should kind of start to fix our problem progressively more and more. Frick, okay. Well... I will continue to work up the formation of the tail. This part is just gonna bug me quite a bit because it's kind of also terminating on itself with the tail. But it does connect those segments. So if anything, it might be better to work with it this way. Go ahead and add the fruit text paints. So it's still kind of like painting along that edge. But it's just kind of like consolidating the topology alongside it as well. I bring this up kind of like so. Then I don't think it should result in any major topology issues. I will go back over it again once everything's like finalized and finished. Just to give it like a, I guess like a proper like once over once more. Make sure all the topology deforms properly and like doesn't cause any further issues. But I think it should be alright. The biggest segment I worry about really is now just here. And frankly, I might redo this. Because it would really just be nice to just have this whole segment kind of loop more upon itself. More than like going up around everything. There we go. my gosh. There we go. Well, I think that fixes it. Just speaking from like a shading perspective. I think that fixes it. Let's go with that. This has to be unified to the hyperlink. There we go. Cool. I think I can still salvage this shot. I tried to keep everything structural. And at this point, that applies to like working up any additional loops or like how things are gonna connect. Let's start with the let's start working up the pelvis, shall we? Probably about 6 points so far. If I need more, I can add more. If I need less, I can delete some. But I think it makes sense to go for about 6 or so on here. So now what I gotta consider, how are the legs gonna connect to like all of this? And I think I ultimately want them to like form up upon themselves to some degree. That could be achieved by merging at least one of these down here. Now I got this segment to work with. So now, when I loop select that, that should just go around on itself like this. Which I think is kind of like what I want to do for now, is just kind of like keep these loops mostly independent until I can figure out like where they're going. But in this case here, that links up around back there. There, it's the case with that. And that kind of leaves that center one to also naturally do that as well. Now it's at a point where I want to figure out, like, how do I want to pull this out, basically, so I can, like, get the edge flow redirected. And that is not how I want to do it, because that doesn't make sense. Blender, please work with me a little bit here. Or not. That's cool too, I guess. There we go. At this point, if I go along here, I really don't think it makes sense to continue going up along that segment, so what I'm gonna do instead gonna make that go along here and add another point where this is just gonna ultimately segment out. To some degree. Might have to kind of have that happen with this, like, loop up around and ultimately through the tail. So it might be a bit unavoidable. But that is ultimately how I want to, like, break that off, I think. Hold on, we just listened to this song a bit ago. Oh my gosh. I added one, I should have removed one. There we go. I'm not quite sure that that's how I want that to go, that loop flow. So I think I might even actually do something real quick here where I just gonna break this off a bit. Lower it somewhat. Try to like form it more to the butt, if you will. And delete its connecting loops here. We can smooth that out perhaps a bit more topologically satisfying. No, okay, Blender's gonna fight me on it. Great, cool. Well, at the very least, I'll smooth the middle segment out first. Already looks better. Then I can tackle the outer edge, which, there we go. That's more kind of what I wanted to go for. Just consistency here. Actually, just move this out a bit. It's ultimately gonna get shrink wrapped still, or face projected rather. But now at this point, I'm kind of just trying to like match it to the shape more. That works. Let face project. Paste that on. Cool. Think I can still salvage this. That looping just still really frustrates me though. still going around. Oh my god. This is one of those moments where I really wonder, do I have what it takes? Sometimes if I fuck something up, I start doubting my own abilities. But I think I do. I've gotten this far. No, okay, that's still got too much topology. Fuck. I think that might be better. As long as I can, like, localize and control this topology, that's mostly what I'm caring about. I think at the very least, that does help control it a bit more. I just get frustrated because, like, now I've got to replan a bit more of the tail and, like, the antennas and stuff. But it should still work out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 edges. Let's try and count up here a bit. So we got that one, that one, that one, this one. Let's connect these. I think that should work. If I just, like, continue to, like, piece this out, for instance. And add some cuts. There we go. I'm really uncertain right now. I don't know if that's how I want that to go together. But for the time being, I suppose it works. I suppose it works. For now. The way I'm, like, trying to, like, think about all this is just how it all forms together. And in a case like this, these top segments need to be consolidated a bit more. But even then, now I'm trying to map out the difference between 1, 2, 3, 4 points and these 3 down here. I suppose I could just add a loop. That is an option. That would equalize it. And I suppose that could work. I really want to see, at this point, how it looks like animated. Because that is ultimately why I'm trying to be very just particular with all these different loops. Trying to figure out how they connect up with everything. And at this point, like, I kinda don't want this to happen. Where, like, it still goes along the rest of the entire body. So I think what I'm gonna do, with that being the case, I'm just gonna delete these and try to reform them kind of more like to themselves, or to that like front region. Then again, it would probably also just be better to fill that in like last, so that way I can fill in the rest of the legs. May just have to move this back like this. There we go. So now that this loop is in place, I don't want it to, I don't want these to like have any issues, so I'm just gonna align them. Just trying to get this loop like started around the bottom of this part so I can actually like work with it. But before I do that, it's gotta be at the very least attached to the base geometry, to the base sculpt, so now that I kind of have that at least like, you know, started, I might even move this down a bit. Probably somewhere about there. Something like that, somewhere around there. I still don't feel like that's quite low enough. At this point, I'm kind of like just working the low extreme of this loop. Because I do eventually plan on cutting this into more loops around those, you know, fluff parts. It's part of why I'm so trying to plan everything else out around it, because by that point, then I really need to make sure it's like localized absolutely to those fluffy parts. The topology, I should clarify. At this point, I think I have sobered up a bit, y'all. I am still really excited for what's to come here. But I am certainly sobered up by this point. I hope no one was off put by me starting the stream drunk as fuck. I usually don't like to be like that, if I'm being entirely honest. It's not my preferred state of being, I guess you could say. But marry me. Just kinda had alcohol money, so it happens. I think definitely now, more than ever, like... At this point, my main concern is just like how is the topology structure gonna serve to the shading by now. How all this links up, ultimately, I mean, I'm not planning on like subdividing it further. So I don't think it should give me much of an issue. I just still want to try to keep all these rules of topology in play, I suppose. Don't really want to move these inner parts very much at the moment. But since I added topology to them, I probably could by now, and it would be fine. I did just delete the tail. I did just delete the tail cylinder, so I suppose I really actually could just delete, or sorry, move these inner segments. But at this point, I want to kind of try to leave it like that's 7, about that level of topology, maybe one more, roughly. If I need to, I can always continue to like rework the topology. I probably should not have started drunk tonight. I probably would have gotten a lot more, like, probably would not have had quite as much topology issues if I was just a bit more sober. I try not to start like that, chat. Living with my housemates has been quite an experience so far. But I've been making it work. Alrighty, so these get connected here. Holy shit, Blender, please just work with me, thank you. Fucking hell. Well, okay, or not. I guess Blender's gonna have its moments here. I think I'm at a point now where I can probably at the very least smooth out all of this. Just so it's at the very least kind of begins to form up on itself a bit more cohesively. More in squares, so to speak. Sort of like that. Cool. Alright. Yeah. I think a lot of this is salvageable. Still. Because, like, at this point, what I care mostly about is, like, how the shading all goes together. Along this segment. Wow. Hello, Bun Angel. I've been running. I'm just trying to like not run into a topology issue here, mostly. Thank you for the pets. Thank you, thank you. God, I miss VR so much. Do my best. Sometimes I do wonder, is my best enough? I've lived most of my life with that question. And I know I'm just kinda reflecting on, I guess you could say, how that's kind of been a thing throughout most of my life, and I'm finally kind of reconciling, like, yeah, it is. I think it just goes to show the morale we face as artists, I suppose you can call it. A lot of us get like really up in our heads sometimes about a lot of these things. And I'm just used to doing that for so long. But I think it is just me overthinking mostly. I think I see it as like, if I screw up on a topology study or project or something, I see it as like reflectant of me, I guess. And then I started wondering in my head, I'm like, well, like, is that a bad thing though, or something? And then I'm just at a point where it's like, you know, why even worry about it? I have my understanding of how things go together. It's why I do what I do. Why I do the things that I do, the way I do. But, you know, I guess it's one of those things that's like that you spend enough time looking in a mirror and you're like, what even is real anymore? Sleep well, Bunny Angel. Thank you for being here. I don't know, chat. I know I usually try to go for 6 hours. I know we're approaching it at this point. I might call it early tonight. Because I am kind of feeling a little sluggish now. I think that alcohol might have fucked me up more than it did anything else. But it is kind of, I think, like, fucking with my perception a little bit. Maybe not as much now. I am, I think, a bit more sober. But, I certainly notice it when I get like this. That's why I don't try to drink very often. I try to, only ever drink in, like, for, like, special occasions. All in all, though, I think this should still work with the shading I have here. Along with the topology. That's too many. Hold on. So if I connect that around into that part, that also terminates there, should be fine. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So that goes around, that terminates by the antenna. Now it kind of gives me this upper segment of the buttocks to kind of like segment off into its own kind of thing here. And then from that point forward, I kind of want to wrap that around to the front now, because that's going to be like where that loop terminates, or not terminates, but like cuts off essentially. Kind of like that. I just want that to like continue around the rest of that part, the rest of the pelvis. And then from that point, then I can like work up these segments too. That'll like go up and down more. I should probably try and keep this consistent on the bottom as well. Where, these poles are gonna be like where that cutoff happens. Same with the side. Effectively, anyway. So I'm gonna want to make 2 additional vertices right here. Those will be straight up and down. And then around here, it'll just do its own thing. If Blender would work with me, that is. So now, that part's going to kind of wrap around, essentially, with the rest of all this. I may even be able to rip this. And that way I can kind of, like, form this here. That way it'll go around like that. Then I believe now I'll smooth in like the concentric loops for the buttocks out like afterwards later. But this is just kind of like getting the rest of this pelvis part just kind of mapped in by this point. I think what I'm gonna do, chat, because I am very tired already. I fully blame the alcohol. I think I might call this short tonight and just work up the pelvis a bit off stream. But like, not before a nap or something. I don't know if I don't necessarily want to. But I just can I can feel all of it like affecting my my mind. Cause like I can just feel the alcohol, I think, still affecting my cognition. Despite me being like sober, I think. I don't know. Does that make sense? I feel like that might not make sense. I can feel it. I was supposed to update the stream, the dono goal earlier with those 100 bits. I totally forgot. Like, oh my gosh. I can definitely still feel it affecting me. Let me just update that real quick. And I think I'm gonna actually take a quick nap or something, you know. I am like so out of it right now. But we did at least get some work done. We did at least get something done. I got the entire like cranium situated, and now like down to the moving into the body. It's getting there. It is getting there. It's also already 11:46 p.m. That's crazy to me. Holy shit. My sleep schedule is so fucked. I'm gonna go take a nap, chat. I'm gonna try and just not. I don't wanna drink very often, but I think I should at least be able to take care of something real quick after this. I need to take care of at some point. Anyway, so I'm gonna call it here for tonight. Bit of a short stream. I'm gonna nap. I need a nap. Thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for tuning in, checking out what I do. Helps a lot. I'm gonna go to sleep for hopefully not very long. Hopefully like a bit, but like hopefully like not like super long. Later.